This is South Carolina.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, my name is Kimberly Aiken, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself. 75 days ago, I realized what it felt like to work toward and to achieve a goal that I was told for me could be impossible. Because I was 18 years old, I had not graduated from college, I was a minority, and on top of all of that, I had never competed in the Miss South Carolina pageant. But yet, I knew that through hard work and determination, I could do it. And 75 days ago, I was crowned Miss South Carolina. 7 years ago, I also had a goal in mind, but then my goal was to walk again. When I was diagnosed with AVM, which is an arteriovenous malformation, a rare brain disease, I underwent a 12-hour operation and was told that I could be blind and would never see, that I was paralyzed and would never walk again, that I would never live a normal childhood. But now I'm standing here in front of you today, and none of those things were true. I became an advocate for the homeless because I have an uncle who was living homeless on the streets of New York, because I have seen the impact homelessness can have on a family, because I have felt the pain. When I was told that one person could never make a difference, I knew that they were wrong. And that's what sparked my determination to start an organization called HERO, which stands for Homeless Education and Resource Organization. And we provide educational services for homeless people everywhere. It is estimated that through the media and public appearances, I have reached over 1 million people with my message. After educating and talking to the people of South Carolina, volunteering in homeless shelters, and also working in them, I've made a positive difference in my community. And hopefully, if I were crowned Miss America, I could do this on a national level. I've been told that we can never solve the homeless crisis in this country, but I've been told never before.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Coming from New York City, the homeless problem, of course, is right in our faces every day. And the worst element of it that I see, of course, is the mentally ill that are constantly being released from hospitals. How would you try and turn that problem around? What can be done about that?
Well, I think, especially in South Carolina, the problem of deinstitutionalization is a very big problem, because they go through a certain set of programs and then they're immediately released. But once they're released, they don't know what to do to get a job. A lot of times they don't have the family. And I think that what we'd have to do is get that whole system revamped in order to maybe have them counseling to where they can get jobs and they can get help with housing and things of that nature.
I don't understand your educational status at the moment. University of South Carolina, majoring in accounting and music, but also University of North Carolina. Can you explain that to me?
Okay. I graduated from high school in '92. I went to University of North Carolina at Charlotte last year, and I was going to come home and go to summer school because it's kind of expensive to go out of state for summer school. So I was going to come home to South Carolina, is where I'm from, to go to summer school. Once I won my state title, I didn't get to go there. So when we called the Miss America pageant, they said to put USC on my application, but I haven't gone there, but that's where I'm enrolled right now. And once I go back to school, I will be going to North Carolina. It's kind of confusing, I guess.
What is the impact of the military budget cutbacks on the South Carolina economy overall?
The naval base closing, is that what you're talking? I think that a lot of people are fearing losing their jobs, and I do. I think that that will be a big problem. Being from Columbia, I don't know many people in Charleston, but I do live in Greenville right now, which is near Spartanburg, where the BMW plant will be opening. Hopefully, those people who are working in the naval bases can get jobs there.
You have an interesting platform because you are addressing an issue, a current issue, homelessness. But homelessness is not an issue that stands alone. There are many other things related to it. Could you talk about some of those things?
Drug and alcohol abuse. My uncle, who was homeless, living on the streets of New York, had a tremendous drug and alcohol abuse problem. And it led to other problems. He lost his family, lost his job. And I think that we need to not just target homelessness, but target the causes and try to cure the causes, and maybe it won't happen in the first place. Prevention may be the cure.
Well, you started a new organization. You're the founder and president of HERO. Why not work through a traditional organization like Habitat for Humanity?
Well, I thought that I would like to start an organization only because I wanted to have something that was my own, something that I could start from the ground up. And maybe, we've had counselors to work in it. We've gotten people from USC, which is a college nearby who are physicians. And I think that that's what I wanted to target, that area. And because I live in Columbia, there's a big need for that. It's the capital city.
How many people are in your organization?
Working in the organization, there are about 25 members right now, and we just started a hotline, a 1-800 hotline in South
Are
Carolina.
they paid members? Or
No, they're all volunteer.
Excuse me, you said you formed a corporation. Did you form a 501c3? How do you account for all your finances and the contributions that are made?
We don't have contributions made. What it is we go into the shelters, and we go into the traditional housing and transitional housing and let them know that this service is available, and if they would like to utilize it, then they can.
What specifically is the service? I may be having a little problem on it. What is it that you do specifically for them?
Okay, the service is that it's an educational service. We're not really advocating giving clothes and giving canned goods to homeless people. What we want to do is give them time management skills, money management skills, job training, things of that nature.
Do you actually teach them?
No, I don't, but I've gone out and gotten professionals in the Columbia area to do these seminars and perform those.
Have you seen any notable turnaround on the part of anybody who was homeless through HERO?
Yes, through HERO I worked with a transitional housing in Columbia, and what we did was some of the students were mentors, and I was one of the mentors also. And I really noted a big change in just the attitudes. What a transitional housing is people who are living in shelters come to those transitional housing, and they're getting job training and job skills. So we worked with them. That's how we got our training, to find out how it goes on.
Who's
and
your role model for the work you do?
Excuse me?
Who's your role model for the work you do?
Well, when I was in high school, I worked with an organization, and we went to places around South Carolina and did free food distributions. And the teacher, her name is Mrs. Helm, and she's been my role model for that. She really started me in this path, this direction.
What are the priorities in your life?
I think I put family first before everything, before education, before everything. Because I have a big family. My mother has 12 brothers and sisters, and my dad has 5, and I only have 1 sister. So that, to me, is a strong bond, and I feel that's very sacred. I put it before everything.
South Carolina is one of the lowest per capita income states in the nation. Is satisfactory progress being made by the government to improve that situation?
Well, we just had a restructuring in our state government this past summer. Hopefully that will make some changes. I know that there are a lot of people. I know 51% of households in our state make $16,000 a year, and that's, you can hardly go to college off of $16,000 a year. So hopefully there will be some changes made with this, and we're also electing a new governor this year. So hopefully, I'm just hoping that we can get some things accomplished.
You started out talking about adversity that you've faced in your life and you've overcome. If you were selected as the Miss America for the next year, on next Saturday evening, how would you use your message to talk to the American youth about adversity?
Well, you're right, I have been through a lot. As Miss South Carolina, I've gone into elementary schools and middle schools, and the students seem to be very interested to know that you can have been through a lot and then be where you are. When I had my surgery, I was around middle school age, and I had to go to school with no hair on my head, and I had to suffer through the headaches and the embarrassment. So I know how those students feel who have to come to school with tattered clothes and who have to suffer through that embarrassment, and I think that they can see that through me, that you can go on to bigger and better things.
Do you have a favorite author?
Favorite author? Yes, I do have a favorite author, and I like J. Edgar Allan Poe. I love him. I love his a poem called Telltale Heart. I really love that. Have you read that?
Yes.
I love that.
What do you do with your free time when you're not with your cause and you don't have any homework to do? What is it you do?
I like to sit and watch Oprah Winfrey. I love to watch Oprah Winfrey. I like to watch shows like that. And I like to spend I like to spend time with my family. Be at home. I'm very much of a homebody, and being in South Carolina, I've really gotten to appreciate home because I haven't been home much. So.
What is the last book you read?
The last book I read was Miss America in Pursuit of the Crown. And that's honest. That's really the truth.
Did you find that helped you prepare for Atlantic City in any way?
Yeah, it was very interesting. You were in it. It was very interesting. Because I've never been in the system before, I really didn't know how it worked. I got the book right after I was crowned, and I've just finished reading it while I was in Philadelphia this past weekend. And I think it really has helped to spark some light on the subject and let me know that I'm not the only one with those fears, and it sort of made it feel like more of a personal.
This is a much different day and age for this program. In your eyes, is it still a relevant program, and why?
I think it is. I think because they've changed it more from a beauty pageant to a scholarship pageant. And I had an interview yesterday, and the man was really getting on me. He said, "We don't understand why there's swimsuits. We just don't understand that. It's just irrelevant." And I said, well, if you don't understand it, then you don't understand that it's only 15% of the total score. And you don't understand that it's promoting physical fitness. And people are all that there's a swimsuit competition, but there's also talent, there's interview, there's evening gown. So it's not just swimsuit. And I would point out that you can't always focus on the negative, accentuate the positive sometimes.
What are the strengths that you would bring to the job of Miss America?
I think that Leanza Cornett and the Miss Americas before me have done a wonderful job, and I really admire them. But as Miss America, I would try to target those people who don't understand the program, and that not so much going around to the people who are praising it, but I would go to those people who are always knocking it down and try to show them that there's something positive in this, that we're not just...
Thank you.
Thank
Oh.
Time's up. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello.
Hi, I am Kara Martin. Someone once asked Ray Charles, how did you get so good at your music? He said, well, if you like something, you're going to keep doing it, and 9 times out of 10, you'll get better at it. My platform is math literacy, and I work as a math and science tutor. I see it as my job and my goal to make math fun, to make it seem easy, and to make it relevant to my students, so that they, like Ray Charles with his music, will want to keep doing it until they get better at it. And I began my math career at age 10 with a summer course in pre-algebra. My algebra teacher was my favorite teacher because she made math seem easy and she made it fun. I can remember an example that she used to describe variables in an equation using cats and dogs. She said that you should think of x's as cats and think of y's as dogs. You wouldn't add 3 cats to 4 dogs to get 7 cat dogs. Well, then you shouldn't add 3 x's to 4 y's to get 7 xy's. You have to add the cats and the dogs separately, just like you have to add the x's and the y's separately. And she influenced my attitudes towards math and towards myself, because I continued through calculus in junior high and high school, and I graduated at the age of 20 as the only physics major from Georgia Southern to achieve a 4.0 average. And I've accumulated over $30,000 in academic scholarships as a result of these accomplishments in math. But I know that there are other 10-year-olds out there who could also live up to the challenge of math and science, and I want to help them get the good start that I was given in math.
As someone who never did very well in math, what is the biggest obstacle to understanding mathematics and to not being afraid of it or feeling inadequate? What is it?
I think one of the things that's happening is the teachers who are teaching math are teaching math the way that you might teach like a history class or an English class. You're given like a list of facts or a list of terms, and you memorize these for the test, and then in history you would do fine, but with math it's problem solving. The problems that you get on the test are rarely, if ever, the same ones that you got for homework. So I think that you need to teach more individual thinking or independent thinking skills for math as opposed to just the memorization skills. I think that's the main
So
problem.
is that like creative thinking? Is that part of that?
Definitely creative thinking and learning how to apply the skills that you've learned to solving problems. Problem solving skills are really the main thing.
Why do you want to be Miss America?
Pardon me?
Why would you like to be Miss America?
I want to change people's lives. I think that's the same reason that I want to be a medical doctor, and it's why I love teaching so much. Because when I'm working with a student and they tell me, I wouldn't have been able to pass this class without your help, that makes me feel like I've done something. And I think that Miss America has that same impact when, all over the country, when she can touch someone and talk to someone and they can say afterwards, I wouldn't be the same if I hadn't met you. That's a tremendous ability and a tremendous feeling to have, and I would like that very much.
I happen to think that far too many college graduates today can't really think. How would you make a contribution to that?
That's one of the reasons why I chose math as my platform, because like I said, math is thinking, or it should be thinking. I think one of the misconceptions that people have about math is, and the reasons that they have problems learning math, is because they approach it like a memorization task. But when you show people that math is thinking, it's problem solving, and it's estimation skills. I think that's one way that you can improve math education, when teachers can evaluate their students by saying, okay, now estimate what you think your answer might be before you get it. Try to step back and look at the problem and say, now what's going to be a reasonable answer to this problem? That way you don't penalize the student for not getting the exact right answer, but at the same time you're rewarding them for trying to step back and take a big look at the picture. But that's why I've chosen math education, because it is problem solving skills.
Do you think that women
I don't think there is a physical difference between men and women as far as understanding math. I do think that there are societal pressures. There's been certain studies that will say that sometimes teachers, even female teachers, might not give the same encouragement, might not give as much critical feedback to females, and that might be one of the problems. Well, I would agree with that. I do think, for example, I think I have a natural ability. But I don't think that means only I and not other people who don't have a natural ability should be doing that. But that's a natural ability for me, and I see it in other students who might not recognize it in themselves. They have a natural ability, but it's been discouraged or shoved aside and said, well, you're female, you need to do this.
Wanted to be a medical doctor, focusing on allergies. How do you feel about traditional Chinese herbal treatments and homeopathy versus, antihistamines and lots of drugs? Like I'm an allergy specialist, especially in September. And so it's always a battle of should I do the Chinese or should I do the medicine?
Well, I would agree with you. I am very health conscious. In fact, I've done a lot of reading. I've tried herbal remedies for myself. I take in golden seal and echinacea and different herbs to try to cure myself first before I go to the doctor. But I would agree with you. I think preventative medicine is the key, and taking responsibility for your health, reading up on vitamins. I would agree with you. But I think the best plan though would be to use both. If you can cure yourself, or if a doctor can cure you using natural methods, that's when you can do it.
I'm intrigued by your interest in math, and it's important to something very refreshing to hear about that. How do you get the kids in inner cities to have that same appreciation of math that you have?
I think one thing that would be very effective is to use student tutorial programs. One of the things that we did at Georgia Southern, this is college students, but I think you can also apply it to high school, where high school students in math would get extra credit or they would get an extra point or 2 points on the exam for tutoring some of the freshmen. Because, first of all, freshmen, high school students idolize the seniors. And you don't have to be an A student to tutor. I think a lot of people have that misconception that, well, I'm not a good math student, why should I be tutoring? You learn by teaching. And I think that would be a wonderful way to build up the self-esteem of both the students who are doing the tutoring and those who are being tutored. Because by being a teacher, by the seniors being a teacher, they would see themselves as, I'm a role model, this person looks up to me, give them a sense of importance, improve their skills in math, and at the same time give the younger students, the freshmen, someone to look up to, like a buddy system. I think that would be a wonderful way to do that. Yes, in fact, they've just permitted calculators to be used on the SAT. Isn't that like cheating? I don't see it as cheating because we're requiring more of our students. It's not like, well, they only have to add and subtract and multiply and divide. Now, that's taken for granted, but you have to take it one step further. You now have to be able to be calculus. You have to be able to go beyond what the calculator can do.
What social disadvantages are there to being the youngest among your peers and going through graduating age?
I didn't experience any disadvantages. In fact, I think it was an advantage for me because everyone looked at me like I was the prodigy. I was expected to do that. I was the youngest, therefore I must be smarter. I wouldn't be in this class. And I think I lived up to that expectation. And I seemed very mature for my age, and I think I was. For me, it wasn't a disadvantage, but I could see if you didn't look as mature as the rest of them that you might experience some disadvantages, but I didn't. It's near Savannah. Do you know where Savannah, Georgia is? It's right on the coast. Georgia Southern University. We were national champions in football about 2 or 3 years ago.
Question on a different subject. What is your opinion of the equality of our government in this country, and should or should we not limit terms of office?
I think that there should be term limits in office because I think that there would be less motivation or less pork barreling, less reason for a person, a congresswoman, a man to pad legislation to be ensured that they would be reelected. I think that's one of the reasons that we have such a huge deficit because individual congressmen and women looking out for their own political well-being and saying, well, I need to get this in for my community. And it costs money and it might be good, but I think that those small little pads all over the country is what has caused the tremendous debt that we have right now. I have a free subscription to the Statesboro Herald after I won Miss Georgia. They got me a free subscription, so I read the Statesboro Herald every day.
What do you like best about yourself?
I am a very fair-minded person. I don't judge anyone based on how they look, based on how they dress, and I expect and hope that people will treat me the same way, but I'm an egalitarian. I'm very fair.
How do you feel about age education and condom distribution in schools, and at what age do you think that should begin?
I think age education should begin in first grade, as soon as they start in school. And I think the condom distribution should begin when the students are at the age that they start engaging in sexual behavior.
How a first grade about it?
Well, you obviously wouldn't give them all of the information that you might give to a high school student, but I think you need to tell them what age is. They might hear the word age, and I think, or they might think, well, AIDS, isn't that a candy? I mean, there wasn't, there's a type of candy named AIDS. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
And promise you I'm the last contestant. And everyone probably wants to come back and interview a whole other year, but my name is Mrs. Listen, and I've had a lot of wonderful experiences the past 4 years, especially since I got involved in commercial programs. From world to entertainment, I worked as an intern as well in the public relations department. And that really solidified my commitment to public relations. And from there, I wanted to further my research at the #1 agency in New York City, Pageant, public relations. And I worked with a not-for-profit group, and that work experience complemented my personal experience with my brother suffered from cystic fibrosis. It was very important to me. What I wanted to centralize my time and my effort and my position is to help with adult daycare programs. My love for the elderly started at a very early age. I was born in a retirement community almost, and there were a lot of kids in that area. So I kind of grew up kind of fast and had a lot of mentors to help me, like my 97-year-old best friend, Mr. White. He would take me around the block and tell me about thinking. And my best friend, Ruth, who was about 68 years old, and always taught me how to dream and not to limit myself, and keep me still in contact with my mentor, and kind of a grandparents that I never had. So I wanted to use this opportunity to have just an extraordinary difference and make an extraordinary difference as an advocate for adult daycare programs. Thank you.
This question.
Sure.
Since Americans are living longer, do you think the retirement age should be raised, and should there even be a mandatory retirement age?
Actually, that's interesting. I would suggest yes, it would be raised in the respect of Social Security benefits. More money and more monetary and financial foundation for a lot of the programs that we have. Yet, some of the people are working longer too. My mother is over 65 years old, and she's been working as a real homemaker, and raising children. But I definitely think that it could be raised. But again, people are living longer. They're working longer. It makes them happy. Why not?
May I ask you a question about your agency? Would you like to hazard a guess as to what is the most difficult obstacle in an agency-client relationship?
I'm sorry, did you ask that question?
Would you like to hazard a guess as to which is the most difficult obstacle in an agency-client relationship? Bad agency-client relationship?
Right. Probably the most difficult thing is trying to balance what the client wants in respect to what an agency wants to do and making that negotiations process. We've dealt with that a lot. I worked with Elion Waters of France as one of the projects. And it was really interesting because they have this set structure of what they've done for years and years and years. And we wanted to bring in a totally different idea, creative, innovative, progressive campaign. And it took a lot of negotiations, but it worked. And now they're selling more Elion Waters than they have in a long time.
How far along are you in the MBA program?
Actually, I'm not far along. It says that I want to pursue my MBA, so I want to plan to attend Purdue University. I think it's a wonderful university. Most of my professors at Virginia Tech were Purdue graduates, so they kind of integrated here. But I'd like to focus on a business administration with a public relations specialization, and that's what they have at Purdue. And unfortunately, they don't offer that in the state of Virginia.
In the state of Virginia, however, you have some military installations. You have a senator who's been very outspoken on gays in the military. If you, as Miss America, were asked the question about the appropriateness of gays in the military, what would be your response to the American people?
First of all, I really don't like to put hasty generalizations, and I think a lot of people have been putting a lot of hasty generalizations on that. Being from Virginia Tech, we offer, like the military, we offered in the ROTC program, it's open to both genders. Because I know VMI had a problem with that earlier this year, and they had to make a decision. The Supreme Court is stipulating that right now. With gays in the military, I don't see color, and I don't see that personal bias or homosexuality as a problem. I think there's been homosexuality in the military for years, and I think that the Don't Ask, Don't Tell is a wonderful way that you can keep your identification and you can keep your identity. But I think it's more of a safety precaution because a lot of people are getting hurt, and a lot of men have been killed because they're homosexual, and they find that out in the military. I think more than anything, I don't want to ever hesitate for anyone to share how they feel and to not be ashamed of how they feel. But unfortunately, safety reasons, I think the Don't Ask, Don't Tell is really a good idea.
But you wouldn't want to set policy based on the likelihood that someone is going to engage in a violent crime. You would take precautions to prevent
Absolutely, and that's where I think a lot of surveillance would be helpful. And I think if you have a commander that is very responsible and is very accountable, that he would be it would be a wonderful opportunity for them to maintain that anonymity.
Public relations person. I think I worked for the same agency about 20 years ago. When it was called Dudley Anderson Agency.
It might have been.
Anyway, as a public relations person, are there clients that you would turn away because you disagreed with their philosophy, for instance,
service or something like that. Actually, there would be. I had the opportunity to work for R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company, and that's very lucrative in the state of North Carolina as well as Virginia. But what I was really concerned about was I don't condone smoking, and my mom smoked for 35 years, and it just is something that I don't approve of. So that would be a company that I would not want to advocate tobacco products for.
Do you agree with the Supreme Court decision related to BMI?
Actually, the Supreme Court decision that I would favor, because Virginia Tech, I think, was very progressive in the 70s to take that stand and to admit women as well. I don't think that any corporation or any institution, college or university that receives public funding should ever discriminate against any of their students. So that's what I believe in. That they should not discriminate, especially when they're using public funds. If VMI decides that they can have enough corporate contributions and donors or contributors in such a way to make a school that would be conducive to a male setting, to make it a female setting, that would be great. But I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're going to have to go private.
There's another controversy in Virginia having to do with sexual harassment and the relationship between professors and students at the University of Virginia, I believe.
Right.
What would you say if you were asked about the prevalence of sexual harassment in American society and corporations and institutions?
See, I would ask that question too about have I ever had a sexual harassment experience, and I haven't. And I think the reason why I haven't was because I think you have to, as men and women in the workforce, you have to set that precedent to your employer and to your coworkers. If you tell them and if you give them a direct communication and they know exactly what is sexual harassment, define that's what I think is important. I define it. I make it very obvious and direct that when I'm working with someone, what is the appropriate behavior. And I don't sway from that at all.
What is
appropriate behavior?
Yeah, what is the definition?
For instance, anything that makes me feel uncomfortable, anything that makes me feel a little too vulnerable. Uncomfortable is a better word than I think is fitting. In the workforce, I haven't really felt uncomfortable because I basically, lay down the law, and I don't mind people opening doors for me, and I think that's wonderful, and I don't consider that sexual harassment. But something that may be asking me for a date, knowing full well that I'm working with them and we're in a business relationship, I don't favor that.
There's a real problem with senior citizen abuse at the hands of young children.
Right.
How serious is that problem, and did the adult daycare program help in alleviating that in some way?
Actually, it does. I've worked with Virginia Cooperative Extension Service. You might have had extension services across the United States. And I'm a referral agent to them. So, for instance, if I go to an appearance and I speak to a hospital and to their administration, I talk to them about what adult daycare is, and especially there was a place called Grundy, Virginia, that I was able to talk to them about. They were doing renovations, and I told them about the program, and they said, yes, we'd love to. So what I've been doing is I've been asking them to get grants and endowments to keep their adult daycare center going, as well as what a regulation sort of commitment. For instance, the Agency on Aging in the state of Virginia, they sporadically and without any warning at all will go to any adult daycare center, and they will check up on the patients, they'll check up on the quality of care that's given there. And I think those kind of little updates are wonderful, and that will keep you in line. We haven't had any problems in the state of Virginia, and I've been very proud of that, because I've been very up on the adults in the state.
What can be done to make life more fun for old people who are in daycare centers?
There's been lots of things that I have been able to work with adults. I think it's really unfortunate because, again, I didn't know my grandparents, and I've always wanted that mentorship. Really important to me. What adults love is they love touch. They love to be held. They love children. Even if researchers have proven that their eyes open up, they dilate more when they see children, they see animals. What I've worked with is intergenerational programs, like at the Veterans Hospital in Roanoke. They love children. Old MacDonald had a farm, and the little children don't know what a giraffe is. They don't know what a cow is, but they hold the little piece in their hands, the older people do, and the children go around and say, is this a cow? Is this a cow? And it's a really wonderful experience because they give each other a hug, and then they learn what the cow is, and the adults feel like they're helping teach. And I think that's really important. They also are doing it with AIDS patients and helping, especially terminally ill people, with maybe helping each other live longer and survive longer. Now they have a best friend, this older, 92-year-old lady in Florida has a best friend who's 36, who's dying of AIDS, and they have prolonged both of their deaths dramatically because of that mentorship.
What characteristics about Virginia should more people know about?
I think the tourism industry is probably the most important thing I see in Virginia. I live right next door to Busch Gardens and Colonial Williamsburg, the colonial capital of the world. And Williamsburg is one of the most scenic places to be. But Virginia also offers the beautiful beaches. It offers a historical background. We've had over 9 presidents born there. There's so many wonderful things to see. So I think for a vacation, come to Virginia. I'll make sure that you get a free pass to Busch Gardens.
Which of the 9 presidents do you admire most?
Probably the first would be George Washington, because he's just, and George Washington and Thomas Jefferson on their tie. They both helped our democracy dramatically, and especially in Williamsburg, because you almost walk their path every day when you go to Colonial Williamsburg, going down Duke of Gloucester Street. So they've done a lot to help stabilize our democracy. So I definitely think they're wonderful. And Thomas Jefferson helped with the founding of the University of Virginia.
Who do you think made the most wonderful contribution to your state?
My state, probably George Washington.
What change would you make in the Miss America pageant if you had the opportunity?
Actually, what I think would be really interesting is that there have been so many changes right now that we're not maybe promoting it as much as I think we should. I love promoting and I love advocating. And what I'd like to see done is almost have a uniform publicity program for the Miss America pageant. A lot of local pageants don't publicize as much, or maybe they don't know how. If you've ever worked with a local pageant.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Well, anyway, you'll find out sooner or later. Thank you very much. Bye. I'm Amber Green, and I'd like to start today on a personal level by explaining to you my life's most important goal, and that goal is to be a gracious woman. But my personal definition includes, of course, good and intellectual, but also I believe that being spontaneous and amiable and good-natured is extremely important. It's all a part of being a well-rounded individual. And as usual, I've drawn upon my life's experiences to accomplish this goal. And in doing so, I grew up on a small farm, so I can remember bottle feeding calves and holding brand new baby chicks. But I also remember performing a great deal, and I remember being honored by receiving awards for piano performance, and I can remember excited. So at a very young age, I learned to enjoy diversity at a very basic level. And then my education took me even farther than that. Through academics and music, I was able to study and travel abroad and at home. And in doing so, I learned to deal with several different cultures. And then when I lived in London, I worked with street teams, and that kind of got me going on. I worked with the homeless and with prisoners and the more troubled teens. And so in doing all of that throughout my life, I've learned to work with people from different socioeconomic backgrounds. And I've learned to communicate, and I find it's the most important communication skill I can have, whether it's one-on-one contact or with a group setting, is that it's extremely important for me to be a gracious woman and to listen to the problems that I'm being faced with, and to always be kind and never intimidating. And so as Miss America, I know that I can say to young women everywhere, without intimidating them, you can do it. I know you can. I've lived it. I know you can do it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Missouri. Can you start off by telling us a little bit about what you anticipate at Harvard? What kind of a course load, what type of courses are you going to take in your first semester?
Well, when I went to interview, they were on spring break, so I asked a lot of people about the students, and they said there's a marvelous diversity. There are people from all over the world who study there, and in working toward a Master of Divinity, I wouldn't just be studying Christianity. I would be studying all religions of the world and all cultures of the world, and so that goes into my life's experiences already. But I have some more news, and found out I have a full tuition scholarship plus a stipend to Princeton, and so that made me step back and think, this sure is good, because I can look at Princeton also and decide which one fits my personality the most and which I'll benefit from the most.
In a perfect world, what should the male-female relationship be, and what should the male provide emotionally, psychologically, and responsibility-wise in the marriage?
I think just as much as women are expected to be the nurturing partner in a relationship as well as the family, I think that the man should be able to do that also. It's the most important thing that I can think of that I would like in a husband or I would like in a brother is for him to be as nurturing as I would like to be.
How do you feel about splitting the check?
I think that it's an important thing. You mean a paycheck?
No, I mean, if you go out on a date.
Yes. Oh, that's no problem. I've done that before, yes.
Is that common practice among young women today?
Um,
I don't think so. I don't mind when they pick up the bill. If they offer, I let them, but it's not a problem for me to take half also.
What do you think women's social rights and responsibilities are?
I think that women should decide what it is that they want to do. That's my whole platform. Decide what it is you want to do. We've set goals our whole lives, and often it's easy to be taken aback and scared of life. And that's the number one responsibility or right that I feel women should do. Those dreams that we had when we were younger, follow those dreams. When we do that, we're more fulfilled, and then we're able to communicate much better in the world around us.
So do you think women can have it all? You can have that career and you can have the family.
It's difficult.
And you can do
That,
well?
it depends on the individual. That's a difficult decision. Some people can't have it all. Some people can't do it all. They're focused in one area. And other women can. They can have a family. They can be nurturing. They can enjoy their relationship with their spouse and also be a great mother and have a job. It depends on the individual.
Is society expected to pick up the bill when mothers who can't do it all doesn't do it, and there are a number of children involved? Huh?
I don't understand what you mean.
Well,
as far as welfare or something like that?
I mean, is society
Okay.
expected to pick up the bill because the mother didn't do it well?
I think,
And do we have an increase in that number?
this is also something that I've worked with. I've worked with impoverished mother. And that's one of the most important things that I do believe society should be the first step toward them being able to do more. And by educating them, there are educational opportunities that most women don't know about. And those are just that's just a part of my platform. Society should make those available and then encourage the women to follow those.
You spoke of diversity a little early on when you were talking about your experience in a small farm town and the kinds of things that you had around you. Let me address a different kind of diversity, the multiplicity of cultures that make up America. And as a spokesperson in your current role, and if you are very fortunate on next Saturday, you have a greater opportunity. What would you tell the American people about diversity in all the cultures and the strength that represents for the country?
I believe that diversity is extremely important. Instead of fearing it like we do, we should enjoy it, be able to understand more about other nations. And it's a marvelous thing. Diversity shouldn't be feared, and that's the first thing. Living around people who aren't the same as you are.
Have you had a role model? Was there somebody who said to you, you can do it, somebody that we would all know about? Or?
Probably not someone that we would all know about, but as far as saying to me personally, but as far as watching a person, I think Elizabeth Taylor is a marvelous example. She's been a political leader. She's also very much into volunteering and giving of her life to other people and still finding time for her own family. So that's been a wonderful example to me because someday I might end up in politics. It wouldn't surprise me at all. I enjoy that, and I enjoy that arena. And so it's been a good balance for me to be able to watch her life and see how it works.
One of women's biggest social issues, of course, is our reproductive rights.
Yes.
Now, what's your feeling on the French pill, RU486?
I think that we should not allow that in our country as far as an abortion pill.
Why?
Because I'm strongly against abortion.
Why?
Because I don't have the right to take another life. And I've questioned it. I've thought about it quite a bit because it's been in the news for several years now. And I've come to the conclusion that abortion is wrong.
Is that a moral position, or is it that, while it may be wrong for you personally, that you may allow the circumstances that might be appropriate for others?
No. From the moral issue, I believe that it's wrong. And so I thought the same thing. I separated it. And I looked at the other standpoint. Even if you leave morals out, that's still another life that could grow into something marvelous. And I can't stop that life from going.
What do you think about people who picket abortion clinics, and what do you think about people who shoot abortionists?
When it becomes violent, it is just as wrong. It's just as wrong to kill an abortionist as it is to kill a child during an abortion. I cannot support that at all. And as far as picketers, we all have, a freedom to express what we believe. But whenever it comes to stepping over into someone else's rights, that's when we have to draw the line. When they try to keep people from going in, that young woman has decided to go into an abortion clinic. We should not try to stop it.
Public school system.
I don't think that that's a good idea. If we were going to install fire alarm systems and we found out that they don't all work in our nation's schools, we would put a stop to that. condoms, we know that condoms don't work as far as protecting from diseases such as AIDS. A sperm is, the AIDS virus is 500 times smaller than a sperm, and if most condoms are only 50% condoms.
Where did you get that statistic? I mean, I think that's
I have found that in two different publications. One was actually in Time last year, and another one was in USA Today, and that surprised me because they're usually very liberal papers, but they did put forward that.
How do we get at the problem, particularly in inner cities, then, of unwanted pregnancies? How do we get at it?
That goes back to my platform, encouraging young women to be educated and giving them the opportunity. I've worked one-on-one with people like that, and then you can explain to them, these are guidelines, and don't just use a condom if you're going to be sexually active. There are other means of birth control that you can use with a condom and make sure that the effectiveness is utilized. I'm not willing to talk about that in the schools. I don't want to hand a young woman a condom telling her this will keep you from getting AIDS, this will keep you from becoming pregnant. I believe me, I wish that more schools would allow it to be discussed. Yes.
You talked about being a volunteer for the homeless.
Yes.
Tell us a personal experience you had with one homeless individual. And where was it?
In Springfield, Missouri, where I attended university, because each week I worked one-on-one. And part of my job was to help clean the living quarters. They would bring homeless people in to live in their facility. And so I would sweep the floors, and I would pick things up and kind of work around that. And I remember a young man, and his name was Pete. And he had been at school at UCLA, dropped out of school, got into trouble, and then became homeless. And to go from being a student at UCLA to being a homeless person in the Midwest was quite a switch for him. And I remember discussing it with him, and he said, seeing people who were college students come in and get down on their knees and clean his floor was just one more encouragement to get back into school and to keep working. That was one of the most moving experiences I've ever had.
Why do you want to be Miss America?
Because I know that with my platform and telling young women everywhere that you can do it, I know because I've lived it. Growing up in one of the most impoverished counties in Missouri and being accepted at Harvard, it took diligence and hard work. And if someone hadn't said to me, Amber, you can do it, I would not have known that I could do it.
Were you poor?
Yes. And then watching my parents work so hard. And now we have, we're not wealthy by any means, we're just regular middle-class people. Seeing where we were when I was a child on a tiny farm when my parents had to work, and seeing where we're at today. Again, we're not rich, we're not wealthy at all, but seeing my parents do it has encouraged me to keep working, me to keep going farther.
Vicki, what did you excuse me, with foreign diplomatic?
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. I look forward to seeing you Tuesday. Hello, I'm Deshara Chandler, but all my friends and family call me Bo, so please feel free. Hope you all got to drink a cup of coffee or squirt some in your eyes or something, because it's a little early. But I've been having such a great year as Miss Texas. I've gotten to do some things I thought I would never be able to do. I was invited to play in Van Cliver's home, and I started my flight training, so if any of you are flying to AIDS Summit in San Antonio, Dr. Elders was in her confirmation hearing, so I was asked to give the keynote address. I was very excited about that. But I've also held a more important title this year than Miss Texas, and it was that of teacher. I had an 11th grade American history class. And I have to tell you, I was a little bit scared when I went in there, and I was afraid I might not enjoy teaching. And the first thing I did was let them have a question and answer session with me, which was a bad idea, by the way. So after we got the typical "Are you on drugs?" questions out of the way, they asked me, why do you... They said, the kids are going to hate you, and you're not going to make any money. And I thought, oh, I'm out of here. These kids are scaring me. But I've never quit anything in my entire life. So I decided if they weren't going to be interested in me and what I had to say, then I was going to get interested in them. Games and lacrosse games. I didn't even know we had lacrosse in Texas. And I went to drill team competitions, and I found out that lo and behold, when I became interested in them, they became interested in what I had to say, and we had a wonderful... I have to say that even though I was a teacher, they probably taught me more about myself and about people than I ever taught them. Well, I am really anxious to find out what you all have to talk to me about today, so if anybody wants to begin.
I think I'll begin.
Oh, good.
In fact, I know I'll begin. I'm very interested in your helping individual victims
Good, thank you.
plan for AIDS. What would you do to help the government give more money for AIDS research? How would you convince the government that this should be a leading priority in this country?
I would go about it in this way. First of all, I'm very proud about the appointment of Christine Gebbe as an AIDS czar because that lets me know that it's a priority of the nation. So that makes me feel very good. But I think I would compare it to heart disease, which is the leading killer still in America, and explain to them, look how many years it took research in heart disease with all of its funding to reach the level that it is now. My grandfather has undergone 2 open heart surgeries and has survived both of them. And if they want AIDS research to come as far as heart disease research has, they're going to have to spend the money to do that. At the current rate, it might take 20 years to reach parity with heart disease. So I would tell them you need to keep funding it and start now.
When promiscuous and or dangerous sex results in AIDS, how do you get a cynical public to react humanely to the affected victims?
It's very hard, and I am very proud of people like Ryan White, Kimberly Aiken. I feel like it really took a small white child of Ryan White to show America that this is not just a gay disease. This can happen to anyone, people who are completely innocent, and I feel like I would go about it that way.
How would you deal with groups like ACT UP, which may detract from the overall discussion of AIDS and perhaps change its victims?
Well, I think I would just keep explaining to them the types of people this can affect anyone. There is no segment of society that is safe from AIDS. It is in the home, it is in the business, it is in schools, it is even in religious institutions. And something has got to be done about it.
The spread of AIDS.
I really hate to sound cliche, but education is so important. When I read a report that Dr. Getty had prepared to reduce the rate of infection by 3/4 if a very good preventative education system was intact and put into effect. And I think that's the best way to go about it.
Were there classes at the school where you taught with regard to AIDS and were condoms distributed, and how do you feel about that?
I was actually very much disappointed in my school, one of the more liberal cities in America. And they just voted on their sex ed program this year, and they voted abstinence-based only. Now, I'm very cautious of the word distribution for condoms, because I feel like that puts a lot of people off right there on the spot, and I feel legally I would have a problem distributing them. But I do think making them available is important.
What accomplishments of Ann Richards make her a worthwhile role model for young women in Texas?
You know, the thing I really have to think about when I think of Ann Richards is how she got to become governor. She underwent a campaign mudslinging that is, well, typical of Texas, but pretty bad even for us. So, but what they brought up was the fact that she was a recovering alcoholic. And I really think that the fact that she was able to overcome that and still present herself in such a wonderful manner for the state of Texas, that really makes her a good role model.
Being a history major, I'm just curious if you could choose any period in history that you would have loved to have been alive and lived through, what would that be?
Oh, there are so many that intrigue me. Of course, I love the Civil War, and I'm very much into Civil War trivia, but that's probably not the one I would have chosen. I really like the 1800s. So many new inventions were coming out right about then, so many changes in America, and I just would have loved to have been a part of that.
What are you learning how to fly?
Oh, well, actually, I just started, and I was working on a Piper Air, and I'm really so excited about that because so many people in my family have their pilot's license, and I figured it out. I've got the taking off. That's easy, so I'm halfway there, I guess. So as long as I have as many landings as I do takeoff, I'll be fine.
Let me take you back to your college days. At most major universities, and I would imagine this happened in Texas, most of your deans and your top professors are not in the classroom. They're doing research.
Yes.
And undergraduates are being taught by graduate students and what have you. What's your opinion on that?
That doesn't happen so much in history because the teachers the professors who are into history love history. And so I don't run into that as much as, say, the College of Engineering. My roommate was a chemical engineer, and she ran into that quite a bit. And I think she's had some very good responses with that because sometimes
the professors get a little far removed, and they get into their research, and so I think it's good that they let the assistants teach sometimes because they're very interested in the students.
As an environmental attorney, would you focus on any specific environmental issue? I mean, what issues are most important to you in the environment?
Well, more than just a specific issue, I feel sometimes as an environmental attorney, you kind of have to walk a tightrope. You know, you have on one side, you want to preserve the environment, you want to do good things. Regulations are so strict that other countries are able to operate at a much lower cost because they're not having to comply with these regulations, and it's hurting us in business. And so, not to just focus on one issue, but I would try to focus on finding a balance somewhere in there.
As a history major, what do you think of the Mideast Accord?
Well, let's see. The Mideast, I approach it with, how should I say that? Kind of a cautious optimism, I guess. I'm very optimistic, but very much concerned that the neighboring Arab states might be a little upset and not ready to recognize the legitimacy of the Israel. Kind of anxious to see how that will turn out.
There's a clear split in attorney types in Texas. There's the Baker Botts and Fulbright and Jaworski on one hand, and Jack Zimmerman. Which type of attorney do you visualize yourself becoming?
Well, I would love to have the track record of any of those people, but I think I would really like to be as flamboyant as some of those characters, but at the same time well respected by my peers.
Most of Congress and most of state legislatures are represented from the legal profession. Is that healthy?
But I think it's good. It gives them a good background, and I think working in the legal system lets you know where the problems lie, and so at least they have some foundation on which to build.
Well, a lot of lawyers have the reputation of spending 3 years in law school to learn more about how to get around the law than to actually practice law. How do you feel about that?
Well,
criticism?
You know, the fact of the matter is a lot of companies hire you to find the loopholes, and you know, that is your job, that is your job description. So if that's what they, that was probably one of the most wonderful experiences of my entire life. It was very hard for me before the 2-minute thing was instituted. It's the Miss America pageant. I think I would have been in tears by now. But after going through the Dale Carnegie system, I realized that you do not have fangs, and you're not going to beat me up for what I say, and you're not going to yell and shout at me. So it was very positive to get up each week and to present myself in front of people. And more importantly, I learned about public relations skills, and I was even asked to be the graduate assistant for the next class. So that lets me know that they had a little bit of respect for the youngest one in the class.
Many single women are starting to have children either by artificial insemination or adoption. What do you think about that?
I think that's wonderful. For example, my mother was adopted, and so I'm very much in favor of that. And I would like to see, I know that there are many, many babies for adoption, and the shortage is mostly in white children. So I really feel that there needs to be stronger education about the alternatives to abortion. I think that choice just needs to be educated, and they need to be aware that adoption is an alternative.
Do you think it's fine for single women to have children even if they're not in a relationship, there's no father?
I think that's fine. I think a lot of time in America you find that children are being raised by single parents. I know that in my classroom most of my students came from a single parent home, and they were well adjusted, they were well loved, and I don't see anything wrong with that.
What's your feeling on the Clinton health care package? I see you did a little bit of work with health insurance for the elderly.
Yes, that was really a wonderful experience. I got to go to Washington, D.C., and the bill that we wrote basically took an amount of money from the salary of people each month, and it made sort of a national pool, and that was set up to subsidize pharmaceuticals, companies that make medical equipment, and then the cost then would be lowered and passed on to the consumer. I really feel like that American health care is the best in the world, and we're based on choice. So I'm a little bit worried about the managed system where
when I was 18 months old, I became very ill because I relaxed to the CBT shot, and I had a constant buzz that I almost died. So the doctor gave me a strong medicine, and that was called magnesium. My mother was told that a normal life for me would be impossible. But thank goodness the word impossible is not in my family vocabulary. She believes I can have a normal life. So I went to public school. I also went to school for the year, for a few years. And then I taught on the phone my homework, and it's very hard. But now here I am. I stand as a result of their action and determination. Now it is my turn to take all my resources and energies to bring about my dream. I want to be Miss America, and I want to graduate from college. And I know each of you have a question in your mind. Can a profoundly deaf woman fulfill the responsibilities of Miss America? To this question, I say yes. Yes, I can, and I am that person. I don't see my deafness as an obstacle, but I see my deafness as an opportunity for creative thinking. My STARS program has made it possible to send this message to the students I have taught this year. And I want you to know that this really at its best will give me only 15% of what you say. So you have to look directly to me and talk slower. And some of you talked real fast yesterday. You talked to the group, but talk slower. And we'll work it out, and I'm going to repeat the question just to make sure if I hear it correctly. I'm excited and just begin.
How did you select the field of accounting as a major?
How do I select?
The field of accounting.
Accounting. Mm-hmm. I love math, and I took accounting class at high school, and it was kind of like a mystery, because if you make a tiny mistake, you won't learn until you finish it, and you have to go back and figure out where the mistakes is. But after I spoke to the children this year, I really enjoyed being with the children, and I think about changing my major to be a math teacher or an counselor. So I like to talk to my advisor first before I change it.
Outside a little bit. That's the question. You communicate with people who are hearing impaired. Do you sign?
It's very, sign language is very complicated, and when I'm from, some of them make their own sign language. If I go to, like, Missouri, their sign language is a little bit different. And when I do the speech to the children who are deaf, most of the time I use interpreters. It's like I have to think on my pronunciation, my English grammar, and American Sign Language. Really, it's a different language. I call it deaf language. And it's very difficult for me to think of two different languages at the same time. So I use interpreters.
Go to Talladega? Did you go to Talladega?
Talladega, no. We did Talladega in Alabama.
So the school for the deaf? Did you go to the school for the deaf?
I was here on Central, and it's where the deaf is a private school where they teach them how to speak and how to use American Sign Language. I believe in producing more illiterate children because they don't know how to read when they graduate from high school. They couldn't be successful in college. And that's why I encourage Governor Boston. He appointed me to be a member of the task force, and I challenged him to teach more English at school over there.
Heather, should you be chosen Miss America as a sentimental favorite?
If I should be
Chosen as a sentimental favorite?
a favorite?
Yes.
Sentimental favorite to make people happy. Using the crown makes people.
No, I want you to believe in me. And I don't. My deafness sometimes my enemies because it's close to who I really am. And I want the opportunity of Miss America to make a big difference, especially in the children's lives. And if I chose it as Miss America, maybe it makes people happy, but I want them to believe in me, that I can be their role model and help them to make their dreams come true.
In what way?
No one will take advantage of other people, regardless of who or what they are. No one will come to you and say, you can't enter Miss America just because you're short, or you're black, or you're black. Nobody can. But not only Miss America, but the people who hire other people. That, like when I entered Miss Alabama the first year, somebody wasn't aware of it. They said, after I saw you competed as a Miss Alabama, I had seen how much your ability to make a big difference, so I hired a man who was there. Because I believe he could do it. That's what I want.
But do you believe that public schools provide signage for children that are deaf, or provide other means for the physically challenged children for them to learn?
Yes, but I think that the schools should provide it. Yes, I think schools should provide it, but any school should provide it. The needs of their children who are handicapped, not only just deaf people. Unfortunately, there's so much trouble to find interpreters, and more deaf people join the hearing school because more than 90% of deaf children are born to hearing parents. And I managed going to public school most of my time. I learned my social skills from them. When I was Central Interstate for the Deaf, I learned the academic skills, and I learned 2 grades each year. It depends on school. Sometimes they're not good enough for the deaf children.
Did all of your years of ballet help you fit in quicker?
Yes, and my ballet class helped me to
Fit into society more quickly?
Yes. It helped me to build more self-esteem because when I was at public school, some children made fun of me as their student when I was at public school. But when I was at ballet class, I found myself in the accept of other people because I have the same equipment that other people have, which I have a brain and body. That's what my star program is about.
Can you hear the music? Can you hear the music?
Yes, I can hear the music with my hearing aid. Yes. But I count the number in my hand. It took me a whole year to get used to the music and dancing from Miss America.
Heather, how do you feel about the doctor who gave you too much medicine?
How do I feel about doctors who gave me too much medicine? I was 18 months old. I don't know if he gave me a lot or not. But I believe anything that happens to me is for good. I look at the positive side out of the negative side. I'm not going to spend all my life blaming it as the doctor. And I took advantage of my family sometimes. I don't hear gossip. You know, I don't hear gossip at all. I'm not afraid to take the medicine as long as the doctor knows what he's doing. As long as I trust him.
You could change and be a hearing person? You could change?
Yeah. Sometimes.
Why?
Well, I changed my mind. I didn't think about it until now. I changed my mind. My deafness, it is that having a lot of hard times in my life, but it forced me to hear what is really important. And I think I became a better person. I became on God's name because God showed me the way to overcome the obstacles. And his laugh means so much to me. And that's why I love him.
Heather, you had received too much medicine when you were 18 months and you went out to profound death. Do you think you would still be standing here today?
If I'm not become deaf, no, I don't think so. I think I was at the Air Force Academy. My sister sent me to Air Force Academy with scholarship, and I think I was Troy's band. And I don't think I would be here in this America. I don't think I would be in dance class either, because my mother put me in dance class to help with my speech therapy. See, if I'm doing the vibration of the music, high and low pitch, if she's doing the same thing with your voice, you have to use high and low pitch.
How do you feel when you dance?
I'm sorry?
How do you feel when you dance?
How do I feel when I dance? Oh, great. I feel great. You talk about the vibration. Well, I don't feel vibration when I dance to the music. You have to sit still and feel the vibration. But that's why I cast the number in my hand, if you know.
How do you feel inside?
Memorize the music, hear the music, the message, and put it in my heart. And then I dance with it, I count it the number.
And while you're dancing, what do you feel? While you're dancing?
Why am I dancing?
No, while. As you dance, how do you feel? Joyful?
Joyful, praise to God with my dance.
Thank you.
Important. I know you went to Jack State, but do you pull for Auburn or Alabama?
I was born to be in Alabama,
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. I hope you have a great week. Thank you.
Big family. One of them happened to be my father, our breadwinner. 3 years ago, I skipped my senior year of high school and started college with my father. Only my dad started law school, so naturally we had to trim our budget quite a bit. And because of that, I decided that I was going to do my best to pay my own way through school. And I have so far. I work hard to maintain a 3.9 GPA, so I do receive academic scholarships. But I've received the most support from the Miss America program. In the 2 years that I've participated, I've not only grown personally, but I've earned over $30,000 in scholarship money. And that's something that my family and I will always remember. I'm using that scholarship money toward a degree in broadcast journalism, but I've already had some pretty lucky opportunities in that field. At 16, I was the youngest news anchor on CNN, and because of that, I sent the studio audience on NBC to tell the truth because they didn't believe I was the youngest news anchor. Ironically, they guessed I was the beautiful queen. Currently, though, I host the Emmy Award-winning kids show called No TV, which is based out of a local NBC affiliate. But I have to tell you, the reward for the kids show is not salary. It's the creative hands-on connection to the field and the experiences I've had with the children. The kids show is what got me involved in the National Child Safety Movement and my platform, the prevention of predictable child injuries, the things we call accidents. I work for child safety as a board member and spokesperson for Safety Village with the health department and directly with the children through my Kids Safe program. But since becoming an explorer 2 months ago, the opportunities to promote child safety have grown tremendously. I've done public service announcements, hosted safety events, and even served as a child safety correspondent on television. But one can only imagine what Miss America could do. I believe my 2 minutes are about up, so at this time, let me answer any questions you have for me.
Hi, Megan. I admire your platform. It's a very important one. Of course, with a platform like this, keeping kids safe from accidents, you really have to know what you're talking about when you give instructions. Have you taken any formalized Red Cross training or non-Red Cross training in health and safety for children?
Well, the Safety Village that I'm spokesperson for is based out of the Orange County Sheriff's Department. So I've spoken in great length to sheriff's deputies, firefighters. The board consists of firefighters, police officers, sheriff's officers, and safety officials in concerned community organizations.
So you would have picked up some information.
Absolutely.
So for example, when a young child's drowning in open body of water, what would be the first thing you would do?
Well, my platform involves preventing such occurrences from happening, and in Florida is ranked number 1 in the nation in child drowning, so that's something. About a month ago, we had 7 drownings in 1 week. And the things to prevent that is child
observation. We've got to have the parents there and the caregivers to guard and to guide our children. And it's important that we strengthen parents and children. That's why I go into the schools and libraries, is that you can't go swimming by yourself. You can't trust yourself because I'm an accomplished swimmer, so to speak, but you can't rely on that. And children do know better. But I think the biggest risk is with the small children. When a ball falls into the pool, and that's when it relies on the parents to go in and to be sure that the child is there, because it only takes 2 minutes to turn your head and the child's gone.
As one who's interested in news, Megan, how do you feel about our political system in this country? Should we bulldoze it, start all over again, and another party? What?
Well, I think the media does tend to manipulate it quite a bit, and we're seeing a lot of partisan head fighting right now, and that's unfortunate. Perhaps another party would be the answer. It's happened in the past. But I think we all just have to start believing in what we feel strongly this country needs, and voice our opinions to our legislators or what have you.
What's your opinion?
What's my opinion about the government?
About our political system? Good, bad, and different what?
I think it's bad, and I'll draw on a personal experience. My dad's best friend is a former congressman, and he served 2 terms, and he's an extremely honest person, and he decided not to run for re-election because he couldn't stand to be manipulated by the political action committee, and he didn't feel that he was making a difference that he wanted to be making. And I think that's where our government is feeling right now. Is even the crime bill and the NRA, with the strength that they have in the opposing us, we're happy to see that Clinton is going to be signing that bill today.
I have a 9 and a 6-year-old, and every time they go for a bike ride, I have to tell them to put on a helmet. How would you convince my 9-year-old in the classroom that it's important for her to wear a helmet so the mother doesn't nag at her one more time?
Well, it's important that Arnold Schwarzenegger, even the Clintons, when they were at Martha's Vineyard, they get a little further off with their bicycle helmets and their knee and elbow pads on. And it's important that we have role models out there doing it, so those who don't want to start setting the trends and be stylish, so to speak, that's our character. I have this bicycle helmet that I bring in, it's black and it's got these flames on it, and it always goes over really well. And I have people come up and try it on and realize that it's lightweight, but it's stylish. You can decorate them yourself with stickers, and I use that tactic, and it's worked. It's worked. We went in Florida, only 1% of children were using bicycle helmets, and now we're up into the 30% time. So we are speaking success.
You're remarkably self-possessed, young woman. What terrifies you? What makes you scream at night?
Well, I'm afraid of
Snakes, spiders, the dark, what?
actually the dark and of being alone, because I don't like to stay in the house by myself, to be honest.
Megan, what is your favorite children's television program that's currently running besides Sesame Street?
You guys have to with educational? Or with everything?
Whatever.
I like Saved by the Bell because it does, because it's trendy, you get to see the style and it captures the children's attention, but there's always a message.
Have you seen Roundhouse?
No, I haven't.
How much did you get it for?
I bought this secondhand, and I paid $300.
Do you know how much your wardrobe cost?
I haven't added it all up, but I didn't have to pay a cent myself. I was very wonderful village.
MTV should be regulated. It seems to me it's doing a lot of damage to young people.
I don't watch MTV, but I know that we need to look at it as music television. And they do try to be off the wall, and I do know that friends of mine that have watched it, they tend to get some zany ideas from it. And, you know, there's nothing we can do about it. We live in a free country, we've got to let them do as they may, and hopefully just persuade teenagers and grown-ups that they watch it, or like to refrain from watching it, or to have a sense of what it's all about.
What does it say about the news today if a 16-year-old is able to, in fact, be a commentator or an MC?
Well, I think it says that anything is possible, and with me, I'm fortunate to come across more mature on camera, and that helped me out a great deal. But I think as long as you are who you are and you're good at what you do, then an age or your sex, class, gender should not make a difference.
Were you resented? Did you feel as if you went over your head?
No, I didn't. They were very sympathetic to the fact that I was 16 when I started looking. It was a local CNN show that made bleeped out that Hollywood was blowing headline news, 6 minutes before half hour an hour, and I would do the local edition. And the local newspaper was fast, and the stories, and I have to compile it. But it's really just, as I'm sure you might well know, once you get the pace down, and it's just a rhythm, then you get used to it.
Making the immigration difficulties of Florida are almost overwhelming. Defend the position that you would give on television concerning limiting or not limiting immigration.
I think we have immigration further, and we need to start enforcing them, but at the same time, we need to be sympathetic to other countries who are in desperation right now. And I think, as far as the United States goes, we do have, especially with Cuba and Haiti, because they're so close to the coast of Florida especially, we do have interest in them, and we've got to show our humanitarian side, but I think we should do that through the United Nations.
Since your buddy is right there in the hall, you are on tour. But you wouldn't go out, would you say, I have finished the interview, or what would you say to them? How would you react? Let us see a little bit of that side of camera.
I will probably do it. Trio, over the field. For sure. I'm a very conservative, reserved person, but I do know how to have fun. And I'm very human, very emotional.
I now lost a child in a swimming pool in my backyard, and I had to give her CPR. She was blue in the face, and I really did have no clue what to do. CPR is different for children as it is for different than it is for adults.
Well, you do have to be more careful with the child. It's something, as I'm sure you know, you've got to go online 1 month before you start doing CPR. Most people aren't even certified for CPR, but it is something that you've got to be careful with, and a child is naturally more fragile.
Is that an issue as far as more people need to know CPR? I mean,
Absolutely. I think they should eliminate. I was certified in high school for CPR through my health education class, and it's something that I think we should implement.
If that child there where he was blocked because of some object, what would be the first thing to do?
I was maneuver. I almost choked to death. I was at actually an American restaurant picnic, and it was at the Springs, and we had fried chicken, and I was gulping it down quickly so you get to the Springs to swim, and I got a piece of chicken lodged in my throat, and we were all sitting around. It was very noisy, and no one could hear, and I just got this numb sensation, and I finally started pushing on my mom, and she looked and she jumped up and gave me the Heimlich maneuver. It's scary, very scary.
how many states have Turkey law?
49, I believe. 48, 49.
What's the state of
Tennessee, I believe.
You're concerned about children not taking on responsibility. Where does the blame lie, and what's the solution?
I don't like to put blame on anybody, and I think the reason that the United States is #1 in the world in childhood injuries is the first reason because we're the #1 industrialized country of the world, but yet we're also more technologically advanced. And so children are going out there into the world having a lot more things to worry about. And then the second reason, our family unit, as we all know, is not as strong. The traditional family unit no longer exists, and so the quality time that you have with the child isn't going to be spent more than likely with the child's safety. It's going to be taking to the movies and having fun. And we've got to all work together and make everyone realize that they have an obligation to guard our children.
Less television?
I'm a big advocate of that, even as an aspiring broadcast journalist. I think that parents really should regulate what their children watch.
Megan, I'd like to follow up on Malcolm's question. You have an attack on the U.S. of the world and prevented injuries and fatalities. Where did you get that statement? What source? And then, I really have a problem with who collects the information on the other countries of the world? Do any kind of comparison?
Well, there's the National Safe Kids Coalition that I've been fortunate to collaborate with in Washington, D.C., and they provide me with all these statistics. And they have hired people who go out and throughout the world and do this. It's done with wellness reports. And thank you very much for your time. Thank you. No time. See you tonight.
Mississippi. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Rebecca?
Yeah. Peter, I have a question. Since music plays such a major role in my life, I've chosen some music selections to tell you about myself. The first of these is a country song, family tradition. Although I was really good at country music trivia, I have tremendous family tradition. My great-grandfather, the son of a Native American, sang in an opera house that still stands in Stillwater, Oklahoma. And he, like my father, has been heavily involved in the performing arts ever since. As a matter of fact, every member of my family makes their living in the music profession. The second selection comes from The Sound of Music, which happened to be my first musical theater experience as a child. And the song is entitled Climb Every Mountain. Throughout my life, I've expected perfection from myself. And this unrealistic expectation was the result of some early childhood experiences. 1 out of 3 girls and 1 out of 7 boys are sexually abused before the age of 18. And 85% of these children are victims of incest. I too am a survivor of incest from a member of my extended family. Approximately 5 years ago, I couldn't look at the shame or the guilt or the detriment of silence. And I chose to climb this mountain, speak out, on a subject that is still taboo to so many today. My hope is that through my advocacy, I am the voice for these children who cannot yet speak of their pain, and I can offer courage to these mothers that they can climb this mountain, and they too can fulfill their dreams.
Rebecca, how are you going about preparing yourself to be an opera singer?
Well, training a lot. I've been in school. I was doing this for a couple of years, but I was told I should be an opera singer when I started training when I was like 16. So through schooling, and then I went to Cincinnati Conservatory, and then I ran out of money. So I decided I'd look for jobs, and I ended up back in Atlanta. I was with the Atlanta Opera last year, and I learned so much from being there, and it really opened my eyes as well that I had to get back in school, I had to continue my training, had to continue my education. It's a long haul. It's a long road ahead of me, but I had to take it back because I didn't do it.
Did you sing a role in this method?
Well, yeah, I just mixed up, and I also did a whole season with them, so I was a witch, and I was everything from a street vendor, and let's see what else, I was in Don Giovanni, I was a little peasant girl. So yes, I got to do it was a bunch of women, I ended up being about 8 of them, so that was pretty cool.
What does extended family mean in there?
It could be anything from an uncle, a cousin, a grandfather, a grandmother, anybody who's not in the immediate family, your mother, father, sister, brother.
Rebecca, you've probably been asked before, and you certainly, if you became Miss America, would be asked again to be specific about your experience in rap. If you want to see, how are you going to approach the subject of that?
Right. I try to be as comfortable as I can with it, because that's the problem. People aren't willing to talk about it. It's really taboo. You've got to get it out from underneath the rug. So, as a personal experience of mine, it happened for a number of years as a child, from a member of my extended family, and from my personal experience, I can share my recovery process. I can share the pain that I've gone through, how I've gone through, from hurt to healing and to now helping. So the more I'm comfortable with it, the more you all are comfortable with it, the more society is comfortable with it.
How's it effective when you meet a man? When you start a relationship with a man?
It's very difficult. Survivors have a tremendous problem in developing relationships. With anything, to build a relationship, to bring a relationship to when you're meeting a man. That was the reason why I wanted to go ahead and start my recovery work at such a young age. Because it was very difficult. Because your trust is automatically broken. So you have to take things slowly. So as I learned in the recovery process, it's learning how to develop a relationship. And it's a long haul. I've been in recovery for the rest of my life. But I'm making an effort. And yes, I will have successful relationships.
What legislative reforms would you see?
Well, I hope that we can get a model code for sexual offenders. It's very exciting to me that in our crime bill we can now, the sexual offenders will have to register in the community so they will know where they are. Statutes of limitations need to be established throughout each state. And we also need to, so if one sexual offender goes to one state and he has to do this time for a certain amount, and then he can move to another state, and he's in jail for 10 years, and he can move to another state and be in jail for a year. We have to make it a model.
Do you think the neighbors in the neighborhood should be notified if a sex offender moves in, even though they've done their time and all of that, and they're now free and perhaps have been rehabilitated, but they move into the neighborhood? Do you think all the neighbors should be told that there's a sex offender in the
Yeah, definitely. Once you've taken the right of an innocent child, you've lost your life.
I have no doubt that what you're saying is true, and I'll make sure that you know that that's the case. But what laws are being put in place to protect adults who have psychiatrists help people remember things that maybe did not happen?
Yeah, that's the backlash of the self-memory syndrome. The statistics show, I think it's blown out of proportion, only 2% of what they call the backlash of therapists bringing out memories that aren't there. It's only 2%. So we see that it's really blown out of proportion. You're going to find that in pretty much everything you do. And I don't deny the fact that some therapists are bringing out memories that aren't true. But we have to keep in perspective that it's really only 2%. And who wants to look at the stories like this?
Now, this changed completely. You tell me how the new gaming laws in Mississippi are affecting the people doing this?
Well, we're bringing in tremendous amounts of money. And we're trying to put it back into education. And if we're very smart about it, we're very wise in using this money, then it would be wonderful for Mississippi. We need to bring in interest free in case the consumers leave. We need to be wise. Bring in more interest free to Mississippi so it brings some people and brings businesses. So if the gaming does move, then we'll have something established.
I want to go back to the question that Nancy asked a bit ago. There's a human cry in the Philadelphia area for a right to know law. And in essence, what it would require is for the Justice Department, someone in law enforcement, to advise people in a particular neighborhood that moving into your midst are 2 or 3 former sex offenders. There's a lot of support for it, and it's passage yet. The question was, and I'd like to ask you again, if in your opinion there should be such a law, and you know these people should be time.
If there should be a law. Like I said before, I think the minute that they have taken the right away from an innocent child, an innocent person, an innocent woman, an innocent man, they have lost the right.
I understand part of the healing process in confronting your perpetrator of the crime. Have you done this?
Yes, I have personally. I've had family support, so I haven't had to do anything by myself. I've been very lucky. But in the healing process, each survivor, each child, each woman, each man, it's very different. They go through it in their own timing. Some of them do confront, some of them don't confront. Whatever is safest for the survivor, for the child, is best for them. And some of it might be confrontation, and some of them might not feel like they can.
Rebecca, we'd like to get back to the registration of sexual offenders or former sexual offenders. If you're going to register them, tell me a little more specifically. Are you not in favor of protecting any of the privacy rights when they serve their time?
Well, it's a fine line to draw. And yes, they've done their time, and yes, they might have had rehabilitation. But I feel very strongly that they still should register because I know that every perpetrator who has violated a child or a woman or a man has been violated themselves. So it's a long cycle and it doesn't stop. And that's why we have to protect our society from these sexual offenders. This could be a way that we could do it to let our community know that there is a sexual offender, to be on the lookout. Yes, they have privacy rights, but again, they have lost their rights and have taken away the rights of an innocent person.
When you were, I want to change the subject for just a second. When you were at the Conservatory of Music in Cincinnati, were you in the dance department or the musical theater or the opera?
Yeah, I was there on a vocal scholarship. I was in the opera, but I did take dance. That's
you remember who was singing?
You know, I don't remember. It was a little bitty man.
I'm sure he'd love to be referred to as a little bitty man.
Was it an older sibling?
You know, I don't know. I'm sorry, it's been a couple of years ago.
Rebecca, you're singing up that you're a fourth generation Iroquois. I might be mistaken, but there used to be laws in the books that allowed automatic scholarship for free schooling up through college. Did you take advantage of that?
You know, I haven't. I've been lucky to have vocal scholarships, and that could be something that I might want to look in my education in my master's and my doctorate to make some more money. But also something that I would look into. So far, I haven't used that.
What about the recent banishment, is this the correct word, of the two Indian boys that the young man that their child? What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, it's going to kick them out. To learn, to survive out without the tribe. That's their way. They have the right in their tribe to decide how they want to handle these two boys, and that's how they decided. Well, I have mixed emotions about it. Hopefully they will learn being out on their own, but I'm not sure that's the best way. I have some more questions about whether or not these young boys can really learn what they need to learn about being out on their own, if that's the way to do it.
Did you have any, what do you know about the heritage of your family? Did your family practice in
No, not particularly. My immediate family did not. The generations back, I do know that my great grandmother, and she lived in Canada, and she lived in northeast side of the country, and she fled to Canada, and that's where she met a Frenchman, which is that's where we get my French heritage. And they married, and it was kind of taboo then for a Native American and a Frenchman to marry. And they went into Oklahoma, and that's where their son opened the opera house. And her heritage was not spoken of very much because of the mixed marriage. Very interesting. Thanks. Have a good day. Before I begin, I'd just like to tell you a little bit about myself. I have moved 23 times in 23 years, and I'm an only child, so I've never had to share anything in my entire life, so it's hard to have a traveling companion with me this week. But my family is military, so I've lived all over the world, and I have just loved every single minute of it. In talking with the other girls this week, it's been very interesting to me how, unfortunately, some of their platforms have stemmed from unfortunate circumstances in their life, and I have just had the most wonderful life. I've been blessed with opportunities through my father's work as a military officer, so being exposed to other cultures has brought me to my platform of multicultural awareness. Having moved so many times, this was vital for me to understand about other cultures. So being fluent in French and understanding other parts of the world has been my passport. I have worked for Elder Hostel Incorporated, which is a non-profit organization where senior citizens can enroll to take classes sponsored by many universities. So that was a wonderful opportunity for me to work with public relations, and I could use my French as well. I've studied in Martinique, and I've lived in Italy, and I just have enjoyed my experience as Miss Virginia so far. I competed for 4 years to win this title, and it's everything that I thought it would be, and I am ready for your questions whenever.
Colin, I'm interested in being a proponent of the magnet school, which initially would promote diversity. But increasingly the criticism in West Virginia Thomas Jefferson High School, which has really the magnet schools now on subject areas. Exactly. How do you answer someone that says that just promotes elitism, a narrow perspective?
Well, you're correct. I had to audition in order to be accepted to a magnet school program in order to study music, so there is an elite status that goes with that. But what I would love to do is bring it down to the lowest level possible, to the elementary school level, so that children can be introduced to cultures as early as possible, because I find that the sooner that they're brought together to learn about one another, the better they will be able to function in society. So I know that I would probably face criticism of trying to do that, but I think if I broaden the spectrum a little bit, people would be more accepting.
Well, you benefited from moving 23 times in 23 years. Was it often or once in a while an exercise in futility and frustration?
My mother no longer likes to bring out the Christmas decorations because she says it's too much like moving. So, yes, it is very frustrating to have to pick up and leave, but also, being an only child, our family was small, so it wasn't really that difficult to adjust to that.
Do your parents have friends?
Yes, they do.
How?
Social maniacs. They just these military circles. Every time we move, you sort of stay in touch with the people that you were affiliated with, so it's one big family.
Just on that same vein, I mean, it's amazing to me how difficult it must have been to develop friends quickly each time you moved.
Exactly. It was very difficult, so I had to rely on letters and, unfortunately, phone calls, much to my parents' dismay. But learning how to write letters and correspond in other forms rather than one-on-one is very important, and I think we all need that for survival in the real world.
I have two children, and as a parent, I'm really concerned. I think one of my major roles is to help them become a citizen of the world.
Yes.
What should I try to do to help them?
I think just exposing them to their own community for starters and showing them that there are so many resources available in order to learn as much as you can with what's around you. We have chambers of commerce, maybe they're not interested in that, but learning about other places can be fun and exciting. And I'm not just saying, go out and learn about France or England, but I think exposure to many different facets of what is out there is the key. Just being united. Yes, I am.
I was in the military in your home state some years ago. It was a negative experience from the standpoint of race relations.
Right.
So it didn't really impact on me to that degree. Have race relations in your state improved in recent years, and how do you feel about them in general?
Unfortunately, everywhere that I've gone, I've noticed that there will always be racism, and I think that's very unfortunate because I think that stems from people having narrow-mindedness. I'm sorry that you ever had to encounter that, but I have witnessed that also with magnet school programs. I feel that people, if they just believe in themselves, they can succeed. Colin Powell is a prime example of that. He is one of the most successful leaders in the history of the military. So I think that if you just stick to your guns, believe in yourself, you can do anything.
You've got a president sitting in the White House right now that was in questions about how loyal he is to the military and of course his decision when he was a young man. How do you feel about that?
Fortunately, I have first-hand experience from watching him try to learn more about the military through my father's position. He went out to see one of the aircraft carriers on my father's latest deployment, and what they were trying to do was introduce him to the world of the military and show them how narrow the spacing is for the sailors and the building units, that's what they're called, and just to show him firsthand what he needs to know about the military before he starts making drastic cutbacks and things of that nature, because he is coming from the complete government aspect of it. It's not the military that he's lived firsthand. So I think they're just trying to introduce him and give him a first-hand view of what is happening in the military so that we can create a more godly opinion.
Should homosexuals be in the military? How do you feel about that?
I think that is fine. I feel that if you show that you are a competent naval officer or a sailor or just have your own beliefs, and you should be able to mesh with everyone just as well as long as you're professional.
Your platform is multicultural awareness. If it wasn't multicultural awareness, if we passed a law and said it can't be multicultural awareness, what would it be?
I think I would probably like to be a motivational speaker. I would go around showing people how to get involved with their own communities, try to make a difference. I didn't realize how much a difference I have made already being Miss Virginia, but it is so rewarding, and that has been my tool to go around to make a difference. People need to have something for themselves, whether it be the arts, whether it be an outstanding communication ability. It's just they need to branch out and discover something that brings them pleasure and then share that with others.
Oh, you're a remarkably poised young woman.
Thank you.
What terrifies you when you're alone?
Oh, what terrifies me when I'm alone? Gosh, what terrified me when I was alone this week is the catastrophe, the tanning cream. Ring lines here. I didn't realize how terrible that was. What terrifies me when I'm alone is probably not being able to be in contact with my family. Unfortunately, my father is not going to be able to be with me during this pageant, and he has carried me through with support, and now that I'm at the pinnacle, he's not able to watch it. So it's just the, not knowing whether or not I will be able to be in contact with him. I think it's frustrating.
I don't know the way. I bet you maybe.
Yes.
Okay. Tail hook.
Tail hook. Oh, no. Well, is it being handled correctly by me? It's very frustrating for, my father is an admiral, and he was asked to go speak at Tailhook, but automatically people have made the assumption that, he was in the gauntlet. Well, he was asked to speak on the board. So people make judgments before they even know the reality of the situation. He was one of the people that was making it happen. So there's a stigma with that, unfortunately, but he has been frustrated because that has held up a lot of the promotions for the military, so everyone's just at a standstill. So
You think Kelso got up on that?
yes, I really do. He has devoted his life to the military. He was a wonderful man, And he believes in what he stands for, and I think that people have stepped in at an inappropriate time. I think he's done a wonderful job.
I want to know, is your father on the way to Haiti?
He is in Haiti, right? Actually, he's going to Fort Bragg today and then down to Haiti, so maybe he'll get tanner than I.
Virginia senators, unbelievably, 4 candidates.
Yeah.
Tell me about those 4. What do you think?
Marshall Coleman, I really don't think has a chance. I don't think he's clearly defined his standpoint on many issues. Oliver North was a classmate of my father's, and I think that the Iran-Contra is going to be a stigma for him. Governor Wilder, former Governor Wilder, spoke at my convocation for graduation, and I was out with my girlfriend, so I wasn't able to carry in and say the next day. But I don't think that he and Rob are upstanding for the Senate either, so I think it's going to be very interesting to see who comes ahead in that race because of all of the scandal that's involved, and it's terrible that we don't have leaders today that are upstanding that we can say, wow, they really deserve to win, because none of these people, I think, exhibit fine qualities.
Why did you decide not to list? It's amazing you didn't say your father was an admiral and the facts about him. Why did you decide not to list that? It's wonderful.
I like to sell myself. I don't ride on the coattails of my father unless I am with him, and I'm like, hey, he's pretty handsome, so I'll just quit. But I believe in standing on my own 2 feet, and I don't need him, but I like to talk about him because he's my hero.
Helen, how many children would you like to have in your family?
Gosh, not only this week. I'd like a small family. I think that's great for travel, and I want to expose them to as many things as I've been exposed to, so I think it's easier with a smaller number.
Where's your fiancé?
He just got accepted to Top Gun. I'm so proud of him. So he has his obligation to the country, and I've got mine to my state, and hopefully the country, so we're both on different paths right now, but we found each other, so we'll meet again soon enough.
You're not afraid of adults. A lot of young people are scared to take a chance of being humorous around adults. Were you encouraged to do this?
No, I have always been around an older crowd, and I have no pun intended there, but I enjoy it. I really do. I've always been in a social situation through my father's job, and we've always had obligations to go to where my grandparents were there, and I just enjoy it. I think you learn more from this crowd.
It sounds like do you live with your father? Do you live?
I live with my father and my mother is the pageant mom, but she's not pushy, so it's wonderful. She still lets me do my own thing.
When did you have time to learn how to play piano well enough to?
That's where my mother comes in. She takes me to the piano bench for an hour every day, so I'm glad that she did. She's just been the most avid supporter of me, and it's been wonderful. We're all best friends.
I have 2 kids, and I want to know if they should learn music lessons.
I would encourage that. I went to college as a modern languages major, and then I said, no, I'm going to study piano because that's what I had done for 15 years. And then I had worked with someone that I wasn't as comfortable with, and I didn't want to take the enjoyment out of playing the piano, so I decided to switch to French so that I'd have a permanent excuse to travel. But I've just enjoyed every minute of it, and I think people can benefit greatly from learning foreign languages.
You didn't tell us your daddy was on the way to Haiti, and you made us pull that out of you. When you're dealing with your own young people your age, how do you handle the criticism when they say your dad is in the military, we all want to be doing this? I know it sounds it was in the 60s, but you're bound to be getting some comments.
Exactly. I have a lot of feedback from people my age that really don't understand what is going on in Haiti. They don't understand that there needs to be democracy restored so that these Haitians will want to return to Haiti. They don't understand what's going on behind the scenes. I have a first-hand approach to this because that's what I hear in my house every evening, and I understand the relevance of needing to restore democracy for them so that they have a place where they can belong. They can tell them. There you go. We'll talk. Thank you so much. Have a good day. My name is Sonia.
Massachusetts.
Well, I'm acquainted, and to do so, I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself, and I'm going to divide it up into 3 different areas that are most important to me, and that includes my family, my faith, and my future. Basically, to tell you about my family is to tell you how I came to be who I am today. My parents moved to the United States from Korea when I was 6 years old, primarily to give me all the opportunities that this country affords to be the best that I can be. And I'm really grateful to them for that. I'm an only child, and yes, I was spoiled, but I like to think that it was in love and not materially. And also, I'm the daughter of a Southern Baptist preacher. Now, these are two reasons why I should have turned out kind of quirky, but hopefully you can see that I did turn out semi-normal. My parents gave me their faith by example, and as I've grown up, the faith has become my own personal relationship with God. And that's the reason why I think that integrity is the most important human characteristic. And I try to maintain this quality by first being true to myself, but ultimately, I hold myself accountable to God. The final point that I'd like to make is my future. And by that I mean all that I'm doing now in preparation for it, such as my education. After medical school, I plan on becoming a medical broadcaster, sharing my knowledge about medical technology and about prevention with hopefully the nation, if not on an international level. And because my future depends so heavily on this area, and because of the recent confrontation that I faced with the problems in my hospital system through my father's illness, I've developed a real passion for my platform. This is the vision that I have, and I'm grateful to the Lewinsky organization for allowing me this platform on which to speak about my hopes, my concerns, and my goals. Thank you. Sure. I'm interested about maybe the way it was written up. Are you matriculating at Harvard University presently, and what sort of program? I'm not familiar. Is this a new pathways program? Is post-baccalaureate pre-med program? Yes, I am a student at Harvard University. What happened was I got a degree from the University of Florida in business, and in my final year there, I decided that I wanted to go to medical school. And as I mentioned about my father's illness, my father became very ill in my senior year, and that's when what I had in the back of my mind about going to medical school really came to the forefront, and I decided that that's what I really wanted to do. Are you students there in what is the post-baccalaureate program, which means that it's not a degree program because medical school doesn't require a degree. It requires a certain prerequisite courses, so about 5 of these science courses and calculus courses that I need to have in order to take the MCAT and apply to medical school. And the program is basically a continuing education program that they have, and a lot of students, such as myself, already have bachelor's degrees due to this program. Under what school? Harvard University. What program? I mean, where is it? What department? It's the continuing education department.
If you're getting, why are you going, you're bright enough to get into Harvard. Why don't you go to the University of Florida, which is not known as a great academic institution?
Well, to tell you the truth, I didn't even think about Harvard when I was applying for undergraduate schools. I wanted to stay in state, and I was a big fan of the Gators way before I got there. And being a state school is so much less expensive. And that's mainly, University of Florida is the best school in Florida, and I know I'm a little biased in saying that, but I think that's pretty objective as well.
Sharon, where is modern medicine falling down on the job?
Where is moderate medicine?
Modern medicine falling down on the job. You spoke of your father's experience.
Yes.
And I sensed your unhappiness with the care you got.
Yes. Well, I think modern medicine, and it's not really the medicine that's a problem because our technology is the best in the world, but where the problem lies is in the system, the whole healthcare system, and the high cost. I think that's the primary problem that we have in this country, and that's the reason why we can't give it to so many people is because it's just too expensive.
Should it be humanized? Is it much too technical, too responsive to monitors and
I think
tubes?
as far as physicians go, it can be more humanized, and I think that that's the kind of physician that I would be. Someone who's more compassionate and not so geared toward, oh, this is this kind of case, and really forgetting the person. But in terms of the system itself, I think that President Clinton, for one, is doing a good job in that he's bringing this whole idea as a priority in our country, and that's good, and that is humanizing it, and that we're more aware of it. And if you talk to people, it's amazing how people are so interested in this issue. It's something that they're very concerned about. Either they want change or they want the kind of care that they have now, but either way, they're really strong about this.
Let me say something. You're from Florida.
Yeah.
And you entered Miss Massachusetts because you were in school up here. Okay, I understand that. Now, from Florida, what is your assessment of the immigration problem? What's happening with the Haitians and the Cubans?
Well, gosh, that's a different, what do we do? A problem because, first of all, I'd like to see that everyone gets an equal share and being able to come to the United States. And up to now, recently, President Clinton has allowed Cubans in, but not Haitians. And so I thought that was very unfair. But as far as being a resident, my parents lived there. I'm now a resident in Massachusetts now. And seeing how they live, I think it is a problem. We can't allow all these different people in the country because Miami is just being flooded. And they can't economically stand for that. So I think that we need to take care of our own people first and then open our borders more to the outside.
Were you, are your parents, did you live parents?
Yes.
Yeah. So you were not a part of the group of young women that were adopted?
No, I'm not. Both my parents are Korean, and we came to the United States together.
Tell me, in healthcare, under healthcare, should that whole program pay for such things as holistic medicine, nutrition programs, chiropractors, doing like really self-care and more? Should that be included in the budget?
No, I believe that preventative care definitely should be such as nutrition and such as exercising and wellness programs, which I deals a lot with. I think that's very important because in the long-range view of it, that's where we really need to focus in order to see this one take place in healthcare. Even as far as holistic medicine goes, I think that some people do think that it works really well, and I've actually experienced them because the Asian culture, we use acupuncture and things like that, and it's helped me sometimes. I remember when I was really sick before, something just in my stomach, I couldn't breathe very well, and a doctor, an acupuncturist came in and gave me just one shot right there, and it was kind of disgusting, but a squirt of black blood came out, and as soon as that happened, a few minutes later I began to digest. So I think that it can work. And it has a lot to do with the lymph system and how it triggers certain points. And so I think that it can be possible. And as far as a national support, I think that there should be a way that we can pay for that.
Sharon, I'm going to play the devil's advocate. I'm on the medical school admissions committee. You come in and you tell me you want to be broadcasting for health care when we're short on primary care. Why should I take you in that slot that is so coveted when it looks like your primary interest is not in providing health care, but in a broadcasting career?
I think that medicine really is a broad area, and the area that I'd like to trigger is prevention. And first of all, I need a medical degree in order to be an expert on the issue so that I can speak to a lot of different people and really be able to answer questions as well. And that's why I'm going to go ahead and get the medical degree. As far as getting admitted to medical schools, I think I can't see why they wouldn't admit me because I would be not only helping the patients that are under my care, but on a national level, I can really do something for the country. And I think that because of the different areas that I've been able to be an influence in and have pride in, I think that medical schools would really like that.
Sharon? I'm sorry. Sharon, I'm just curious. I've sent a lot of USA troops all over the world, and you have one tour here. But it says also that you performed in Europe and Asia and Central. Is that through USA also?
No, actually, when I was at the University of Florida, I was a part of a highly auditioned singing group called the University of Florida Chamber Singers, and we did everything from Broadway and classical, magical singing, to pop and jazz and even choreography. So we were invited to the Linz Festival in Austria, and it was exciting because the year before we would sing in D.C. That's why we got the invitation. So while we went to Austria, we decided to make a whole tour of it, and we visited 3 different countries, including Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. And we sang everywhere, from schools to nightclubs.
And well, then how did you get into the USO? How did that happen?
USO came as a part of being in the Florida pageant, and we were in that pageant.
And who did you perform in front of? I mean, which one?
Military personnel.
But which branch?
Navy, Air Force, you name it, we were there. Mostly Navy, because in that area, that was concentrated in.
Sharon, I want to ask you a question that I guess is racist. Why are Asian Americans so brilliant academically? It's true all across the country. They outshine everybody. Why do you think that is?
Well, thank you. That's a great stereotype, but I don't think that that's necessarily true. I don't think that Asians are really more intelligent or have higher IQs. I think that in our family structure, we're really encouraged to work very hard academically. That's, even in Korea, you see that that's almost too strong of a pressure point for parents. They really not only encourage their children, but they really almost force them to study hard. And I think that's just ingrained in our society, our culture, and that's why we just work harder at it.
Where's your diet consist of?
My diet? Oh, gosh. I love eating everything. So it consists of everything. My favorite food is seafood. So usually when I've been here at night, when we've had the opportunity to go out and order whatever we wanted, some seafood.
I don't play devil's advocate. I'm not harming you on this. So I didn't get to answer. You said immigration was a problem. The first is going to hit you if you become Miss America right away. You came here from Korea. That's when you live in Florida. You've got to be able to say, what can we do about this immigration? What can solve the problem?
That's right. What is the problem? I came here because my father was invited. He's a pastor. He's also a professor at a seminary, but he was invited to be a pastor at a Korean church in Chicago. And that's why we came here, through invitation. And I think that immigration is wonderful, that America is a melting pot, and, it's glorious that we have that kind of country. But it should be on a basis like that, through invitation. We had a whole process that we had to go through. We didn't just get on a boat and come over hoping to get in when we knew that we were being taken back. Thank you very much. Oh, that's it. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Hi. Good morning. I'm Nicole. I want to start by telling you that my platform issue is my life, literally. I didn't choose my platform issue, but 5 years ago, it chose me when I found out I had diabetes. And ever since then, I've spent every moment thinking about it, wondering what I can do to change this world, wondering what I can do to find a cure. Because that would be wonderful for me, but would also be wonderful for others. But it's also what I feel qualifies me for this job promotion, and is the reason why I've dedicated the rest of my life, honestly, to searching for this cure, but also searching for ways to help people deal with it. So it's been a conversation.
What is a seroptimist?
It was an organization, it's like a community service type of organization, Seroptimist International. It's just one of the clubs in my local area, and they gave a scholarship to someone for community service and for what they had done during their high school years, and I won the award. So it's just with a name. It's kind of like a Greek type of system.
Okay.
That's the best way I can describe it for you.
Great to meet you.
Okay.
I've had I've worked in nursing in hemodialysis, so I've seen the sometimes end result of diabetes and how devastating and debilitating a disease it is. How do you inspire hope to young people who are affected and have diabetes, juvenile diabetes?
Several different ways. First of all, it helps them a lot to see somebody who has the same thing. And I have juvenile diabetes, so I'm on their level, I can understand what they're going through, I can relate to the different things that they're feeling, the emotions. They oftentimes feel shame because they have something wrong with them. So first of all, we discuss that issue and realize, and I help them recognize that they don't have to be afraid, that they can be accepted, they can be normal, they can do anything they want to do. But then other than that, other than talking about the just personal issues, we talk about medical issues and technology, how they could use technology to benefit them, to improve their quality of life, how they can use different types of medical advances that we're making daily, and how close the cure is. We talk about that, kind of giving them just more hope for the future.
Does it make you angry?
It did at first. For about the first year, I went through a lot of denial, went through some depression. I was angry at God, which was the biggest mistake of my life, because I didn't understand why did this happen to me. But now, I'm not so much angry because I realize I'm actually lucky. If I had to choose a disease, I'd rather have one that we can treat, even though there's not a cure yet. And I emphasize yet because I know that it's on the frontier. I'm actually a patient of one of the doctors who's making one of the great...
How has it changed your life?
Oh, dramatically. It taught me so many things. Probably the biggest lesson was sympathy and empathy for others. It helps me learn how to relate to people who are in pain and people who have something wrong in their life. I had to learn that diabetes is my obstacle, that I have to face, that I have to climb, the roadblock that I have to find a detour around. And then it helps me realize and gain the perspective that everybody has one of those obstacles in their life. So it enabled me to be able to communicate with others better.
I have a mother who is a diabetic, and she got it older, after 50. And getting her to really pay attention to the educational process was very difficult. How do you plan to get the message across to make people who have it really pay attention?
First of all, letting them know about the severity of the disease. I don't think a lot of people understand what the complications are. And just briefly, it's the leading cause of blindness, of amputation that we have to do in later life with the neuropathy, heart disease, stroke. There are so many things that piggyback onto the disease. So once we begin to communicate that to people and let them know this is what you're going to face, and give them examples, real-life examples of people who have had diabetes, for instance, like Mary Tyler Moore, who is now struggling with her eyesight and her vision. Giving them examples, you don't want this to happen, so please, please, be strong, take that initiative, go to your doctor, watch what you eat, exercise, and then that's really all you can do because it's a personal decision that the individual has to make.
Let's shift gears.
Sure.
You want to be a national news anchor.
Yes.
Okay, there's a lot of news going on lately. We've talked about it in this room. I think you probably talked about it with your friends and family. And you know where I'm going with this, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a different spin on this, which is you're 24. Monica Lewinsky, just 25. What advice would you give her, if any, to put her life back together?
Seek counseling, first of all. I think that she definitely needs to go through some kind of counseling because this is just an awful ordeal. And she also needs to refocus and figure out what her goals are. I would encourage her to go for spiritual counseling because I really think that that's how she can get through this and get past this and resolve some of the problems that I think she has in her life, as well as some of the problems that I think our president has in his life. That would be my first advice.
Before you talk, to follow up on that, you were a writer and producer for the 700 Club and around some wonderful people like Pat Robertson. Have you done anything with the secular press, and do you find any big differences in what that would mean to you as Miss America?
Yes, actually I've had experiences on both levels, which I feel that I'm very fortunate of having that. I entered at several local television stations. I worked for ABC, NBC, and had that experience at the same time that I was working for the 700 Club. So the environments were night and day, trust me. And it really helped me realize what kind of journalist I want to be when I saw the different work ethics and what people went through to get that story. But then there are problems on both sides of the fence. So it helps me focus. I had experience that was in journalism and broadcast, and then also experience in print in the secular media.
Do you have a mentor?
Yes, I do.
Tell us about him or her.
Sure. I mentioned her just a minute ago, Mary Tyler Moore, and it's probably an obvious because she deals with the same types of problems and obstacles that I do in my life. And I realize that she has not done everything right throughout the years and throughout her life, but she's at a point where she's trying to make a difference in the world, and she's working towards finding a cure and the same issues that I'm working towards. And I think that she has preserved a sense of integrity, and she's just a worthy woman.
How would you define success or happiness? Are they both one and the same for you?
Well, I think they are one and the same. I don't see success as winning per se, but success to me is being happy. Because I think if you're happy in your life, then you have a successful life.
What would it take to make you happy?
Well, this morning I'm actually getting low. Because it's freezing out there. I feel your pain. Let's see, to make me happy. I will be extremely happy when I get to see my family and my friends and my board members from Virginia. They're all coming in. They begin to arrive today and throughout the week. So that's wonderful. And just being here, this is probably one of the happiest moments of my entire life, honestly, because I've dreamed of this for so long. I remember laying on the floor as a little girl looking up and seeing the video clips that they show when the women are in the interview and thinking, oh, wow, like, this is awesome.
Are you an advocate of organ donation, especially with diabetes? I know they've made great strides with pancreas and in combination with kidney transplants. And would you promote that with your platform?
I'm sorry?
Would you promote that along the way?
Yes.
It's a big help.
Absolutely. Many diabetics They have to do with the kidney transplants, like you just said, and we can't get, one of the sad things about organ donation is that diabetics can't get pancreatic transplants. It's just, insurance will not pay for it, no one will subsidize it, only if you're doing the kidney at the same time. But then I just recently learned, and unfortunately I don't know the statistics, but it's a very, very small number of people that even sign up. All they have to do is sign their name on their driver's license to be an organ donor, and I know that I am. So I'm a big advocate of that because one day if I need something, I would like to be able to get it and not have to be on a list where I basically have to come to the point where I'm almost dying to receive treatment.
You're very passionate about your work with the diabetes effort and so forth. What else are you passionate about?
Many things, actually. Children, definitely about children, and about preserving them and preserving our country and providing them with stability for their future. I'm passionate about families and our family unit. I think that it's very, very sad that we have such a breakdown in our society right now, and that's really a big pet peeve of mine and a disappointment. And I'm also passionate about my faith. I have a very strong faith, and I feel that that's really what has gotten me to the point that I'm at right now in my life, and both here as well, and then my family. They're the dearest things to me in the world.
What about you're a vocalist, a jazz vocalist?
Yes,
and, how'd you get started and love that?
Well, music I love. And I often say that I don't think that I could survive in life without music because it's such an outlet and such a resource to express your personality. I would like to tell you about my talent network, and I mention it real quick. I'm singing Back to Life. And it's very special to me, and I hate to completely draw on the platform because there are so many other facets of my personality, but it is my anthem, and it's my theme song, and we came about it in a 45-minute time period, but it expresses how I feel about my life.
Thank you very much. Final statement you'd like to make?
Sure. Right after I won the title of Miss Virginia, I had a friend of mine who worked with the pageant. He took me to the movies, and he said, Nicole, I want you to see this Disney movie because to me, this is you. And there's a quote that you need to listen to. And it's the flower that blooms in adversity is the most rare and the most beautiful of all. And he said, I feel like that is your life. And that is what you are to me. And that I adopted that as my personal motto because before I competed this year in Miss Virginia, last year I had competed as well. And I had people tell me, don't ever go again. Don't ever compete in the Miss America system because you don't stand a chance, simply because you have diabetes. And I had taken that advice and it devastated me. But with time I realized that that was the very reason why I should compete, because I live something and I'm passionate about it and I can relate to others. So I turned that around, and that adversity in my life is the reason why I chose to compete again and the very reason why I'm here today. And I want you to think about the 16 million people that I represent because they need an advocate, they need a spokesperson, and they need a role model. And I've been privileged enough to see that happen in the last few months, and I can only imagine what would happen from here. So that's my heart, and that's my passion, and that's my motto. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you.
Good morning. Today I would like to welcome you into my life and invite you into my heart. So here goes. I'm what many people would consider to be a combo kid. I am fascinated by science and medicine, and I want to become a physician. I'm a hometown girl who was raised on a farm. My passion is ballet. But most importantly, I'm a woman committed to saving lives. I've been educating people in basic life-saving techniques since the incident changed my life when I was 19. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have for me.
What was the incident?
When I was 19, I pulled rescue duty twice a week. I pulled 2 12-hour shifts. And one night, my team and I got called out on a rescue call, and it was a cardiac arrest. And when we arrived at the scene, an elderly man greeted us at the door, and he rushed us in.
and we went to the back, to the bathroom, and there his wife lay. She wasn't breathing, and she didn't have a pulse. One of my team members immediately got down and started doing ventilations, and I immediately began doing chest compressions, while our other team members started hooking up the defibrillator. And we did everything we could for her, but we couldn't save her life. And later on that night, when we were at the hospital and her husband was there, he kept questioning what else could have been done. Was there anything else that could have been done to help save my wife? And someone who was in the emergency room, that was part of the medical personnel, said, sometimes if CPR is started immediately after the person goes down, then they have a better chance of survival. And I was standing there, and to see his face and the pain in his eyes, I knew that for the rest of his life he was always going to wonder, what if I had known how to do this? I might still have my wife. And so the very next day I contacted my local community college and inquired about taking a class to become an instructor for the American Heart Association.
A hotly debated social issue is assisted suicide, and I'm curious to find out if you believe that we should legalize it, if you're for it or against it, and your feelings about it.
I have a lot of mixed feelings about that. I think it would be easy for me to stand here right now and to look at you and to say that I'm completely against it. But I know that if it was my mother that was lying there in that hospital bed and that there was nothing else that I could do to help her and that she was praying for the pain to stop and to die, I don't know what I would do. I think that if it does become legalized, that we need to have it carefully monitored with a board, and I don't think that one physician needs to make the call. It needs to be several, and it needs to be in cases where the person is terminally ill and that there is no hope. And also, I'm not really sure that I like the idea of the physician actually administering the drug. Perhaps that needs to be someone else that's within the medical staff.
You say that you want to be a physician in a rural community. Is that directly related to the fact that you grew up in a small town, or why would you not want to go to a big city hospital, metropolitan area?
Well, yes, it does. It does have to be with me living on a farm and growing up in such a small community. But I realized that I wanted to be a real physician once I got on the rescue squad, and I discovered that so many people in my community were lacking the medical care that they needed. And a part of the problem was simply because we don't have the physicians in the area. It's very difficult to draw physicians into rural areas, and part of the problem is because we just don't have as much to offer them as you do in a large city. And unfortunately, so many people in my community, their health is at a very poor state because they don't understand how to take care of their bodies, and they don't understand how important it is to have regular checkups and how to take medications properly. And so I want to go back there and work.
To implement the requirement of the life-saving techniques in a curriculum in a small town would be fairly easy. But in your larger metropolitan cities, it might be a little bit difficult. Have you considered how you would go about getting that implemented?
Well, as you know, in North Carolina, there's a law that was just passed that requires all of the high schools to implement the program. And North Carolina has quite a few large metropolitan areas, such as Charlotte. And within these areas, they're saying that either the high schools can allow their teachers to become the instructors, or they can bring instructors in. And for the sake of saving money, most of them are opting to choose to let their teachers become instructors. And it's fairly easy. Teachers already have the experience of getting a message across. It's just that they're now going to be getting a different message across. And all they have to do is take a simple CPR and airway obstruction management course.
When you do that, you say that you've instructed and certified approximately 400 students and teachers. When you deal with the younger, the kids, Do you find that they're really interested in learning this, or is it something that they're kind of about, or what is their take on this?
I've had an incredible response. In fact, every student that I've come across, I've been able to train with no problem. And a lot of that is because of something that I do immediately when I go into the classroom, and it's the scenario that I give them. I'll tell you guys what it is. I go in and I look at these students and I say, I want you to imagine that you and one of your friends is driving home from a night out, whether it's a movie or a party. You just had an incredible night out, and you're laughing, you're talking, you're telling jokes in the car, and then all of a sudden there's a bright light that comes headed towards you, and the next thing you remember is there's a loud crash, and you wake up lying in a ditch. You slowly make your way back to what's left of the car, and there's your best friend lying there. They're not breathing, and they don't have a pulse. What are you going to do? Your friend's life is lying in your hands. And that immediately grabs their attention. And they realize how important it is to understand these techniques and how to properly be able to carry them out and perform them.
How difficult is it to get people in general to continue their education in that? Because obviously you don't learn it at 16 and forget about it and you don't.
The American Heart Association just passed a law that requires that recertification occur every 2 years. It used to be every year, but they have realized that that is a bit too much for the general public to expect of them, so they say every 2 years. But what the American Heart Association does, and also the Red Cross, on the back of the cards, they have listed all the instructions for what you need to do, and each step is carefully labeled out, and that card is so small that you can just slip it into your wallet. And in fact, we recommend that that's how you carry it, is in your wallet. And also, the American Heart Association contacts the members and lets them know when it's time for an update, and also when changes have been made.
Tell me about your ballet. How long have you been still taking ballet?
Oh, yes, I'll dance until I can't move anymore.
What has it done for you?
Dancing creates a feeling inside of me that I just cannot describe almost. It's such an energy. There's a feeling and an energy there that is just unbelievable. I've been dancing since I was small, but I've been serious for about 8 years. And sometimes it helps me to escape from my troubles, and then other times it helps me just to understand the situations that I'm in better. Sometimes it's a way for me to slip away into a different world, and then and other times it's just a chance for me just to not to think about anything at all, and just to get away from things and just enjoy moving.
What 3 words would you use to describe yourself?
Dedicated, honest, and also hardworking.
If you reach your goal of becoming a physician, would you be a big believer in organ donation?
Oh, of course. I'm a big believer in organ donation now. I think that if you have something that you can give to someone and benefit, and that person can benefit from it, then of course, by all means, do that. I know that if I'm an organ donor, it's listed on my driver's license, and I know that when I do pass away, if there's something that I can give to someone, and if that's another chance at life, then there's nothing else that I'd rather do.
You've become a role model. So what are the qualities you look for in a role model?
It has to be someone, I think, that understands who they are as a person and how they have become who they are, and they're comfortable with themselves and the things that they have gone through. And they realize that although perhaps they have been successful and they have achieved their goals, that there's still a lot of hard work to be done and that they can't stop.
What kind of role model do you think Hillary Clinton is being right now?
I really admire...
Time's up.
Wow, how did I say?
I'd like to make a final statement.
I want to tell you about my talent piece. The piece is called Deborah, and the music that I chose is John Tesh's PS491. But the character of the piece is based on the Old Testament prophet Deborah in the book of Judges. And the piece is set up into 4 movements.
The first movement is where Deborah is declaring that she is a warrior and that she is going to help the children of Israel and lead them in their fight against the Canaanites for freedom. And the second movement is where Deborah is at a rally and she's gathering up the troops and they march off to battle. And the third part is where Deborah is in the middle of the battle and she realizes that the only way that she's going to get through this is with God's strength. And so she prays. And then the final movement is where it's the battle, the finish of the battle and the victory where Deborah helps the children of Israel to once again regain their freedom. But Deborah to me is a real person, and that's the choreographer of the piece. His name is Cynthia Henderson. And just like Deborah, Miss Henderson has her own battle. Miss Henderson's fighting for her life because she has breast cancer. And just as Deborah prayed to God to give her strength, Miss Henderson prays every day of her life for God to give her the strength to make it through the day. And there's one more thing that I have to tell you. Oh, dear? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Now, this is Miss Florida.
Good morning. Good morning.
Buenos dias. Good morning. I'm the second Gonzalez, and I still can't believe I'm here. You see, as a little girl, I never imagined I could be Miss America because I thought I was different. I was Cuban. But what I've learned is that I'm Cuban and I'm American, and I take pride in being both. And as crazy as it sounds, I feel I have a calling, and that is to educate people to understand that while we're all different, we're the same, and we're all human beings, and we have unique qualities, and that diversity is our greatest strength.
Good morning, Lizette.
Good morning.
How do you feel about cultural diversity in an area that is as fluent as Miami? I think you live in Miami.
Yes, I'm from Miami. I was born and raised there. And I always compare Miami to a tossed salad. The melting pot days are over. In a tossed salad, you have all these different ingredients mixed together. You have lettuce, you have tomato, you have the seasoning. And while these individual ingredients are mixed together and combined to make this colorful and exciting salad, they maintain their individual taste. And that's what's incredible about Miami. I mean, I have Arabian friends, I have French friends. At the University of Miami, there's 79 nationalities represented. And throughout my life, I've taken advantage of that. I've benefited from that. I've become a more well-rounded and worldly person because of it. And it's going to be to my advantage and to the advantage of all America's youth because every single day, this country is becoming ever more diverse.
Well, what do you say to people that you feel do harbor prejudices? How do you, especially young people, how do you approach them?
I think at the root of discrimination and racism and all kinds of isms is ignorance and fear of the unknown. I think that communication is key to bridging all kinds of cultural gaps. I think it's a two-step healing process to improving race relations. We need to, first of all, install confidence in individuals within their own cultural groups. We see that within the black community, within the Cuban community, within each cultural group, there's still divisions. And we need to help them learn about themselves and learn how to bridge those divisions. We have to clean our room before inviting other people over to our house. We have to be comfortable with ourselves when we're in a relationship to be comfortable with others. And then after people are comfortable with themselves and they take pride in their own culture, then we can bring together the different cultures and have them explore one another, learn from one another, and benefit from one another.
Does it bother you that Fidel Castro is still in power? And does it bother you that the United States seems to be doing nothing to take him down?
I think the embargo that is in place is really doing nothing. There are a lot of Cubans who feel that the embargo should stay in place. This is the older generation. They have a lot of pain and they still feel very hurt by what's going on in Cuba. I feel that we need to lift the embargo because Castro is using that as a crutch. You know, he's calling out to all the nations and he's saying, look at what the United States is doing, I need your help. And he's using that money for himself. It's not benefiting any of the people living in Cuba. We still see so much suffering, so much oppression. People are not free to be themselves or to express themselves or to believe in what they want to believe. And the day that Castro
comes down, I am definitely going back to Cuba to help in the reconstruction of my Hispanic heritage and my roots there.
You have an interesting combination here. Television news anchor and singing. I guess you sing the anthem and then you read the news.
Everyone always asks me that.
Do they? Oh, well, then I'll be a cliche and I'll ask you the same thing. Either or how would you compliment that you use them in concert?
Well, my first year at the University of Miami, I was studying musical theater because I've always dreamt of being on Broadway, and that still is a dream of mine. But I changed my major because I was in a conservatory program, and it was so limiting. I really wanted a liberal arts education. I don't want to just graduate from college and know how to tap, act, and dance, and sing. I really wanted to know about world issues, about politics, about religion, a little bit about everything. I've always been a very well-rounded person. And so I decided to stick with my voice lessons with the music and have a second major in broadcast journalism as a backup. But my first goal is to become a vocalist, an international vocalist, and I want to sing in English and Spanish like Gloria Estefan has. And actually, one of the most exciting things that I've done as Miss Florida is I met Emilio and Gloria, and I really want to work with Emilio because I think he is such a great, humble person, and both he and Gloria just serve as positive role models in the entertainment industry.
And if that doesn't work out, you'll become
Exactly, an entertainment reporter.
Oh, an entertainment.
I wouldn't mind doing the news, but because I have such a passion for the arts and for the entertainment world, I think I definitely want to work as an entertainment reporter if the singing doesn't work out, if that's not in God's plan.
Well, said if you were at a party or a gathering with family and friends and there was a knock at the door, and you went to the door, answered it, and there stood God, would you have to change anything you were saying or doing?
Oh, no. No. Everything is coming from the heart. You know what's funny is that I'm not here for the crown. My platform is not a platform. It's not a social issue. I just looked in the book and said, oh, this would be nice for Miss America. My platform is my life. I have confronted, breathed, and loved cultural diversity every day. And I'm just so excited to share that message with people across the nation. We can no longer ignore this issue. This is what I want you to most remember me for, after the song is over, after the dance is done, after I've walked in my evening gown. At the heart of all this is cultural diversity and my life experiences. And I have both negative and positive experiences.
How have you dealt with the negative experiences? Can you share some of them with us?
Of course. When I was 7 years old, I will never forget this because it's so ironic. I was in the Girl Scouts promoting American ideals and values. And I remember we were at a sleepover and another little girl said, she thought I was sleeping. She said, those Cubans, they should just get back on the raft and go back to Cuba where they came from. And I was just so hurt. I didn't say anything. I kept it inside. Finally, I said, Mommy, should we be here? And the sad thing is that 15 years later, we still see these problems. Just recently, we had the Million Youth March in New York and in Georgia, and this was anti-white. It wasn't as Martin Luther King's approach, where it was nonviolent, peaceful protest. We still see anti-immigrant initiatives in California. We still see discrimination of all forms. It's no longer just about national origin, ethnic background, or racism. There's sexism. There's discrimination because people have disabilities. There's discrimination because people are poor and they can't help it. And that's what I'm trying to fight. I want to build inclusive communities where there's equal access, opportunity, and fairness for all.
If Fidel Castro is brought down and you go back and help them rebuild their country, how are you going to change the image of the United States to the Cuban people if you were Miss America?
Well, first of all, I am the first to say that a lot of Cubans in Miami are a little ethnocentric and they've let their power get to their heads. I'm not one of those people. My mom always calls me an alien because she says that whenever I go somewhere, I'm trying to learn about different people and I want to travel around the world. I think that I would have to say that the United States, just as the United States has become more of a worldly nation, that Cuba needs to open its doors to the entire world as well.
You mentioned the Million Youth March, and in your statement you talked about cultural, religious, and socio-economic diversity. That march was really driven by religious beliefs. Some of these differences are in conflict. Islam and fundamentalism, born-again Christianity and Judeo-Christian values, Judaism and historical perspective. What would you say to those groups that have direct conflicts in their beliefs?
I think that we need to teach people to respect one another's beliefs because we have such a diversity of faiths. And everyone in this country has this wonderful freedom of religion where we're able to believe what we want to believe. And we just have to encourage the understanding that we're all different. We all have different attitudes, beliefs, and different experiences.
You keep talking about the differences. What do we have in common?
We have so much in common. I think all of us search for love, life, happiness, the freedom to be ourselves, the freedom to express ourselves. I think that those are the qualities and the characteristics that apply to every single person that lives in this country.
In your terms, how do you describe success?
Success is savoring every moment of life and being the best that you can be at all times. And that is how you will gain success.
Who would you most like to meet? You've already met Amelia and
It
Gloria.
was wonderful. I was like, pinch me, I can't believe I'm here.
Who else would you like to meet?
Barbara Walters, an incredible journalist. She has interviewed so many people from all walks of life. And I really respect her because she is just so down to earth. She connects with the TV audience, and she's so real.
Is there anything that frightens you about becoming Miss America?
Nothing at all. I'm ready. I really believe I have a mission, and destiny has led me here for a reason. In this interview room and on the stage, you will see the diversity I'm talking about. Miss Hawaii, her mom is Spanish, English, French, German. Miss Georgia's parents are Serbian. Miss New York is also Cuban. Miss Pennsylvania is Dominican and African American. It is everywhere I look. In fact, Clinton Holmes sang a song called One Race, the Human Race on Saturday, and I was so moved. He's going to be singing at preliminary night. Just listen to his words, and it defines everything that I'm about and why I'm here.
Lizette, what would your friends say about you? How would they describe you?
Oh, very outgoing person, a little crazy sometimes. I'm very...
You can take a moment to say something else if you'd like to share something else about yourself.
Well, President Clinton, despite all the scandals that are going on, he has taken a step in the right direction. He has an initiative on race, and his mission statement is to lift the burden of race and redeem the promise of America. And just as Miss America is undergoing a facelift, I think we need a new Miss America that reflects the new face of America. As we approach the 21st century by the year 2005, this is no longer going to be a black and white country. It's called the browning of America. There will be no dominant group. And I promise you, speak to schools, speak to businesses, speak to communities, and encouraging people to not only deal with and tolerate our differences, but to take advantage of our differences, to celebrate diversity. And I think who better than Miss America to represent the American ideals and values that provide equal opportunity, fairness, and justice for all. I thank you all very much for your time. Muchas gracias, and enjoy your rest of the time in Atlantic City. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Is it that time yet? Well, it's good to finally be here. Lobbying at my state capitol, meeting Alma Powell, and having the opportunity to meet members of the National Board of Directors for the Children's Miracle Network, I know in here that there are so many people who care about the future of our children. Now, the 170 children's hospitals affiliated with the Children's Miracle Network are responsible for much of their own fundraising. I would love to have the opportunity to visit each and every one of those because we have so much more to do for our kids.
Why did you choose psychology and family counseling?
Well, I figure I can just go home and make a go out. There are so many people that need so much help down there in Kentucky. No, that's my usual response, but I've always just been very interested in it. I'm a problem solver, people person, very outgoing, and pretty good with people, so it seemed like the right path for me.
What motivated you to choose the platform of the Children's Miracle Network?
You know, actually, I was asked one year to volunteer for the telethon that probably many of you have seen on television around June.
and I was asked to man the phones and work the pledge phones. And people would call in, and it wasn't family, and it wasn't friends who had children in the hospital. It was people who kept up with the newspaper and who read and who saw that the Children's Miracle Network actually impacts our children and our communities so greatly. And I was hooked after that. I was hooked, and I've been involved greatly ever since.
Who's been the greatest influence in your life other than your parents?
The greatest influence in my life, other than our parents, is my community. I was raised in a very small town, but I had a voice when I was very little, and I was lucky that we found that out early, and they're really civically active. And so since I had a voice, I was always invited to come and perform, and that kind of opened so many doors for me because it allowed me to be active at a very early age, and that just became a part of who I am.
What do you look for in a leader?
In a leader, I look for charisma. That is the main thing that I look for, because people look for that energy. They look for that excitement to go into a positive direction.
Describe spirituality.
Spirituality, to me, comes from someplace deep inside your heart, a place that we call the soul. And it comes out for everyone differently. And it may be that you find your spirituality in working with children, or it may be that you find that in working with the elderly, or in singing a song, or in playing a piano. But there will be a time in your life when you will just fill up your heart from the inside and be able to offer it to other people. And that's when that spirituality will come out.
In your practice to focus on the family counseling, what is it about the family that's so important to your counseling practice?
I'm very concerned right now with families in our community. I've had a lot of experiences working with juvenile delinquents. In my hometown, there's a local London group home, and I've had several years' experience working with children who don't have the support that comes from a strong family. And I realize how lucky I am having had that. And if I can do something to make things better for those children that I've worked with for so many years, by way of the family, by making those family connections stronger, then I need to do that.
Well, two things. You have a younger brother.
I do.
And has that been wonderful growing up?
Outstanding.
And second part, what would your best friend say about you?
Having a younger brother, you have to know that he won't be here for Miss America. He received a golf scholarship, and he will be in Biloxi for his first golf tournament during Miss America. And he will be right in front of the television. And if he is not, he will get it when he gets home. Having a younger brother was so magnificent because I was the only girl in my family, the only granddaughter. And I was used to having older cousins who were very protective of me all through my years. And it was good to have someone that I could really be myself with, could joke around and kid with, and not have them try to be so protective and close in on me. My friends would say about me that Sherilyn, she's just Sherilyn. She's always the same. You see her one day, you see her the next, and she's going to be the same person she was.
10 years down the road, 2008. Where are you? What are you?
I'm on a beach in sunny California. Now, 10 years from now, I will be very involved in the same things that I'm involved in now, and that's children's issues. Have always been very important to me. I'll be very active in my career, and I'll also be, hopefully, a wonderful mother. And I've always, it's kind of funny that I have this opportunity to tell you this now, but I've always wanted to have children of my own, but I've always thought that I would probably end up adopting too. So I hope that 10 years from now I'm well underway with that and have a very good and loving family.
How long have you been singing?
Since the womb, I think. Since I was born singing. I found out that I could sing one Christmas. I was with my grandfather, and he had me sing Silent Night, and he tape recorded it. We always came together Christmas time and had buffet, and family were there. And he played it in the middle of dinner, and from that point on, I think the first time I was ever on stage, I was about 6 years old, and I sang Flash Dance, and I did the moonwalk. But I was very young. I was probably about 3 years old when he taped me singing Silent Night.
What have been your experiences with the Children's Miracle Network, directly working with the children?
A lot of what I do is involving traveling because there are national corporate America sponsors like Walmart's National Philanthropy, the Children's Miracle Network, so I have a lot of time to travel around to all of their fundraisers, and that's wonderful because I've been from one end of Kentucky to another. And I've seen how fortunate Kentucky, the state, is because we recently opened up a new children's hospital in Lexington, Kentucky. That's our affiliate hospital in Kentucky. And everything in that hospital is geared to children, right down to the stethoscopes that we use, and they're tiny little things. Everything is geared towards pediatrics. And it's wonderful that we are also very close to the University of Kentucky Hospital, the University of Kentucky campus, and we're able to put funding into research in the campus as well. So all of these things, it's wonderful because all of the money that we raise in Kentucky stays in Kentucky, and it helps Kentucky's children, and that's the way CMN is set up, so that each state and each community helps themselves.
You point out how important the funding is, and that, in fact, you would be a lobbyist for increased government funding. There's a lot of competitions for funds, and as good as this program is, do you see any other way to fund this besides the public sector? Are there private donations or churches or anything else that can at least augment this funding?
Well, like I said, corporate America does a lot to contribute to funding. One thing that we need to realize is that there is no health care crisis in America. There's a health insurance crisis. What we need to do is regulate somehow a way that we can bring down costs for insurance so that people can afford to have medical care, to have quality medical care, because we have the finest doctors in the world right here in these United States. And it's amazing because they've set up a program in Kentucky right now so that families who may be unable to pay for their child's procedure or pay for their child's visit in the hospital, doctors are bartering out. A family came in about 3 months ago, I guess, and they said, you know, we will pick your children up from school every day. We will do errands for you. We will do whatever it takes, but my child has leukemia, and he has to have this procedure. And we have doctors who are willing to give that, and that is such a gift and such a miracle because they care so much. I'm so amazed that they are willing to give so much, and that's what we have to do. That is really what we have to do.
How do you feel about the way Hillary Clinton is handling herself amidst all of her husband's scandal?
I think she's handling herself very well. Like a lady, I'm not certain that I would have handled myself in the same way. I think some clothes would have been out on the White House lawn the next day. but I'm not Hillary Clinton. And it's true. It's very true. But from where I come from, you would have seen things scattered. Probably not just clothes, but golf clubs. Maybe a dog would have been outside. But she's handled herself well under the pressure, and that's what you have to be able to do when you're in the public eye. You have to be able to handle yourself and not crack and not show that strain. And she's a strong leader in herself.
Could you tell us a little bit about your talent?
Oh, my talent. I'm singing When a Man Loves a Woman, very pleased, and it typifies me. If you have any questions at all about who I am when I walk out this door, watch Thursday night, and I hope everything else will be answered in that 2 minutes, because it's very much a part of the inside of me. That spirituality, that's where it comes out for me, aside from my work, being with kids, because I'm a kid magnet. But aside from that, my singing, and especially this song, it's just very moving to me, and I hope it does the same for you.
You seem to have so much passion for your voice, and yet you haven't chosen it as a career.
Oh, really?
Oh, gosh, what do you ask you?
No.
Okay.
It's so hard to break into that business, and I happen to love my work so much that I do with children, and I see so many things ahead for me in the future. I think I can make a greater impact in the field that I'm in right now. And I will always continue to sing. That will always be an avenue for me. That's not something that you can give up. If somebody offered me $1 million to go out and sing, I would probably take it because I have my education.
Is there something else you'd like to share?
I would love to tell you some more things. I'm sorry, time's finished. The Children's Miracle Network is constantly growing. It's constantly changing through funding and lobbying, and there's still so much that we have left to do. Working at the University of Kentucky Children's Hospital, it's not always an uplifting experience. And the children that you meet, they're fighting for their lives.
many of them. I walk down the hallway and I look in and I see critically ill children and I think, I've got to do something. And this is my chance. You know, doctors at the hospital tell us you don't need to be so personal with these children. You need to try to hold yourself back a little, but that's not me. I could never do that. And when I came to Miss America the first week, I found out that a little boy that I was very, very close to lost his battle with leukemia. And I never saw the child cry one time. Not through all of his treatments, not through anything, because he never gave up. And I think the hardest part for me is the fact that I wasn't there in his last few days. But, as Miss America, I can be used as a channel for a national organization that works to do so many things, and there are so many states who aren't as lucky as we are in Kentucky to be able to raise so much money.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. Bye.
This is Miss Massachusetts.
Good morning to you. 2 years ago at this time, a waiter in a supper club in Harvard Square told me that a young man who was making his own movie would be stopping by later that evening. And I decided to leave instead in favor of studying, but I'll never forget my comment as I walked out the door. I've never even heard of that Matt Damon character, and that was the young man he wanted me to meet. So when people ask me now what the greatest thing I've learned in college is, it isn't read all the books you can, it's talk to all the strangers you can find. And I've been waiting a long time for this conversation.
Well, speaking of strangers, I've been looking at your platform, which is very interesting, but I'd like to know how you're going to reach people in subsidized housing and get them to recycle.
I think that the biggest thing that you have to do in subsidized housing and in reaching people and in reaching people in general with regard to the environmental platform, it's not so much in giving them the equipment and the instructions. You need to teach them to think beyond tomorrow and beyond themselves. And I think one of the most prominent ways to do that, especially in lower income communities, is to start a garden project and teach them to grow their own food. Of course, it requires less money, so it's a wonderful service. You can get children involved. That's another great thing about the platform. It involves children, the elderly, not just the workforce, everyone. And it's a wonderful way for them to help themselves and to learn to make a little bit of an investment in the future at the same time. And go recycling and all the other elements of environmental protection kind of go along with that.
From your resume here, it says that you attended Harvard College.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. So many of the intellectually elite colleges eschew the Miss America pageant, and I'm wondering why you entered it and what your friends think about it.
I entered it really not caring what my friends thought about it. I needed the money, and I've been looking for quite some time for a way to pay off my college education. Harvard's the most expensive university in the nation. And I wanted to pay my parents back every cent. I didn't know how I was going to do that. And here was a way where I could put the talents and everything that they taught me, my upbringing and character, I could use those to actually earn the money back from my parents. As far as how the people at Harvard have reacted to it, I expected that type of reaction because it's a very conservative institution. But what I got instead was a great deal of support, and it occurred to me, nobody at Harvard is going to put you down for going after a goal, even if, and I think especially if, the goal is something unusual or that they're familiar with. You take the two students who were poor, living on peanut butter, and wanted to write a screenplay, and they were Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. Or the young man who wanted to start his own computer company, and what a crazy nut, it was Bill Gates. So people have been very intrigued by this whole process and very inquisitive, and I've enjoyed telling them about it.
Elizabeth, I don't know about you, but I have a tremendous crush on Matt Damon. I don't know if you like the women. How did you get involved in musical theater, and why choose a monologue for musical theater?
I got involved in musical theater through the church, actually. My father has a degree in communications, but when I was younger, he was a minister, and a full-time practicing minister. So from the time I was very small, I was singing solos in church, and they got me into doing the monologues of Mary and Joseph. And people would love this little girl just getting out and speaking and
doing things from the heart, and I moved around a lot as a child as well, and I found that when I moved to new communities, sometimes I didn't have any friends or I didn't know that many people, but I always had that outlet for self-expression. And I started to write my own monologues, some for younger women dealing with problems, so that they could read those and have an outlet for self-expression as well. I chose this monologue in particular because it's an audition piece that was actually compiled for me by the author of 42nd Street, Mark Bramble. And it's a young girl who's going in and begging for this part, and I see myself in this role, especially right now. I really want it. I can do the job. I know I'm from a little town. Dear God, please pick me. And she's going out there and putting her heart on the line, and I think that's a wonderful way to express my Miss America experience. I can't wait.
I see that you're very physically fit and that you are an aerobics instructor.
Yes.
How long have you been involved in that, and how did you get started?
I got involved this year, actually, and I got started because of depression. There were days when I couldn't get out of my dorm at Harvard because of the snow, and rather than sit inside and begin to feel gloomy, I would start to make up my own exercise routines. And if there's one thing I would change about a Harvard education, it's that they don't have a physical education requirement, and all the students need that, particularly in dealing with the stress. You have to have that and to balance your life in that way. And so I've been teaching at Harvard for a full year now.
You have indicated that your scholastic ambition is to go to attend medical school and the Kennedy School of Government.
Yes.
Why the combination?
I would like to work in the field of medicine and public health. My degree is in environmental science and public policy, so specifically I'm interested in areas that involve environmental health and human services.
I'd like to follow up on her question with the tie with both careers there, both interests. Do you think that the FDA should be releasing more quickly drugs that will help AIDS patients?
Yes, I do. Because AIDS is a terminal condition. I had the opportunity to work in a hospice in high school, and I realized that people, in particular people who are in their last days, and that's certainly not true for AIDS patients today, there's a lot of hope, and I certainly believe that we're on the verge of a cure. But for people that are in that situation, for AIDS and for anyone else, if they feel so many people want to go down fighting, and if they feel that they have that certain element of control, even if it is psychological, as they say, well, these drugs don't really work, or they could help rather than harm, if they have that feeling that they can do something for themselves, I don't see what the use of depriving them of it is. So yes, I think those drugs should be released.
In terms of policy, how would you reform the HMOs and the growing concerns over access to care?
I would reform them, first of all, by making sure that they are communicated well to people and making it such that patients have more control over their care and not necessarily politicians. I've learned a lot about the HMOs in my economics class this year. My professor, Martin Feldstein, is very big on explaining those. And to me, they look wonderful on paper, but I think when you go up to the man on the street, they say, HMOs, those HMOs are trying to take away our health care, and we don't have enough control over it, and that sort of thing. So I would make the communication more accessible to people, and all they see right now is that a patient's Bill of Rights is being discussed for them in Washington, and I see that, and I know that they're deciding my rights, and I'm not the one who's deciding them. So in the modern day, I think that when people feel very disassociated with their government, the one thing they still want to have control of is the health care in their own bodies. And specifically, I would improve access to choosing their own physicians, such that the healing current is not disrupted, and people can have faith in the one that they trust to take care of their bodies.
Elizabeth, what legislation are you asking for to make America's corporations more environmentally friendly? What laws do you want passed?
One that I've just been an advocate for passing and has recently gotten passed in Massachusetts, I'd like to make it nationwide, is the Brownfields Bill. It's the most aggressive piece of legislation of its kind, and just to give you an example of how it works, the Balfour building in Massachusetts, the old class ring company, was an eyesore. It was an abandoned wreck, but as long as the corporation had it there and had it in its possession, it was a tax deduction. And so economic development and green development were kind of working in juxtaposition there. And I want to make it economically feasible for corporations to be environmentally friendly, and the Brownfields Bill does that by giving them tax incentives to go in,
cleanup, and then economic benefits thereon for developing the land, either for parks use or for use as another corporation. Either way, it reduces the burden on urban sprawl, and I think it's a wonderful bill.
You must realize that you are a role model for your younger sister, and you've achieved great academic things already in your life. Does she feel pressure in having to follow in your footsteps? And the second part to this is, what do you look for in a role model?
I think that she does feel pressure. It was difficult for her in high school to be my little sister, but she's been so successful in making a name for herself. I admire Meg just about more than anyone. She's an athlete, a much better athlete than I am. She could beat me on the court any day. And she's going to be admitted to the college of her choice as well. So she's been extremely successful in making a wonderful name for herself. As far as what I look for in a role model, I look for her. She's had to deal with a lot of circumstances and a lot of people's preset ideas of what she was involved in. When she went to high school and people tried to get her involved in the drama club because of me, she laughed at them and said, I'm going to go my own way. Here's where I want to make my contribution. And I will always admire her for that.
Very quickly, do you believe that terminally ill patients have the right to assisted suicide, and should it be legalized?
Yes, I do. I would not have said that until my grandmother had an error in some surgery and was put into a terminal coma for 7 years. And after that, I became an advocate for the living will, as I saw people who would come in and out of the hospices and with viable organs that they would like to donate and make a contribution, because in their last days they didn't feel that they could make much of a contribution. I don't know why, but that was their opinion. And I would have liked for her to have been able to make that choice. She couldn't. And so I'm a living will advocate, and I do believe that persons should be able to make that decision for themselves.
I'm sorry, but you are out of time. Is there anything you'd like to tell us that you haven't stated today?
Yeah, I sure would. One of the most interesting questions I would ever ask, and you didn't ask it, and I don't know why, was if I could compare my Miss America experience to any movie, what would that movie be and why? And I didn't have an answer for the reporter at the time, but I do now, and I think I would say Saving Private Ryan. Not because it's a bloody battle to the finish, but because the movie, if you've seen it, is about so many people investing in the life of this one man. And so many people have invested in my life, from my parents and teachers to everyone I've ever met on the street, coaches, and I'm so appreciative of that. And beyond them, it awes me that I'm here representing the United States of America, and that means I'm representing people I'll never know in places that I'll never visit, who made sacrifices, and in some cases the ultimate sacrifice so I could have the freedoms I do today, and the Miss America organization that appreciates what I as a young woman am going to do with those freedoms. And as Tom Hanks says to Matt Damon at the end of the movie, as he's dying, he says, earn it. And this is a wonderful competition, but I don't believe that you earn the Miss America title in your 3 days of competing. I believe it's every day after that. It's getting up in the morning, being Miss America, going out to the nation, and earning and making yourself worthy of this honor that's being bestowed upon you. I consider myself in a position applying for a job here. I want it, and I want to earn it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
District of Columbia.
Good morning. My name is Nicole Messina, but to give you an idea of the type of person I am, friends and family liken me to the Energizer Bunny, except that instead of tapping a little drum, I'm always juggling a lot of different things at the same time. To give you an idea, while I was in college, I was in a sorority, I held a part-time job, I held several different positions in campus organizations, and I held several internships, one at the White House and one at the Discovery Channel. There's much more I'd like to share with you, so I'd be happy to answer your questions.
Well, Nicole, let's start with where you're from. It's a very unique place to be from, the District of Columbia. Tell us what your experiences have been there and how that prepares you to be Miss America.
Well, I can tell you, you are right. Where I live in Washington, D.C. is Adams-Morgan area, and it is the most multicultural part of the district. I can tell you that right across the street from my building is a store called Los Mejores Precios en la Ciudad.
and it is a store owned by an immigrant who came from El Salvador to make his life a better place in America. I think it's better prepared me for the job of Miss America because I have so many friends from so many different backgrounds, and not only am I able to relate with people of my generation of my race, but I'm able to relate with people of my generation of all different races.
Tell me about your program, Trust, and what makes it different from other child abuse programs.
Trust is the program I have created. It stands for teaching children respect for their bodies, understanding the difference between good touch and bad touch, saying no and telling when they've been violated. I think it's different from other programs because when I go in schools and talk to children, first of all, for many of them, it's the first time anyone has ever talked to them about child abuse, about family violence, about good touch and bad touch. And I utilize not only the lecturing aspect of it to let them know the different types of child abuse, but also I use role-playing. And I present with them different scenarios so that they can get a discussion going about child abuse, about the different aspects of child abuse, and how they could react, too, if a friend came to them to tell them that they had been abused.
Let me just ask you this. So I see you teach dance and want to even continue that later in life as well. I understand that in well, when you teach dance, you know that there's certain hands-on instructions where you touch the child, you touch the body. Do you know of any, I know of problems that dance teachers have had with that. Have you ever experienced that?
I haven't ever experienced it, and I can tell you, given the position that I am in, I am very open with my students, and I ask them to be very open with me. And they also know of my involvement in my program. I've actually been to many of their schools talking about my program. So for many of them, they already know how to differentiate between good touch and bad touch.
It seems like your platform focuses more on educating kids about abuse than adults. How do you go about educating adults?
Well, I do think that adults need to be educated in the same way. My program is tailored to educate children, but I think that warning and training our children about preventing child abuse, that is certainly a heavy burden on them, and I think that parents, teachers, members of the community also need to be educated to help to reinforce and reinstill in their children the very aspects and the very characteristics to help to empower them to stop abuse before it starts, and also to understand the symptoms and the signs of a child who has been abused.
Well, let me follow up on that then real quickly. You mentioned that you want to become a juvenile court judge. That means different things in different states, but let's say you are a judge. A 14, 15-year-old offender is brought before you. How would you deal with a juvenile offender?
Well, I can tell you that I believe in blended sentences. It's something that has been tried in many different states. I do think juveniles need to be punished for the crimes that they commit. But I do think that children and youth are redeemable. And we need to, I think, lend them some rope. What I mean by blended sentences is to give them a very tough sentence, to let them know that if they commit this crime again, they will receive a tougher sentence. But it's like lending them some rope to pull themselves out of a life of crime. So they should certainly be punished for their actions, but let's treat them so that this doesn't happen again.
Well, I want to play devil's advocate then. Someone that's older, some people believe that sex offenders should be thrown in prison and the key thrown away or castrated. Do you feel that way, number one? And number two, do you think Megan's Law is working?
Okay, to answer your first question, the thing that stuck out about what you said was castration. Well, many people seem to advocate castration, but sexual abuse, child abuse is all about power and control. So what's castration going to do when we still have our hands? To use power and control. As far as your second question relating to Megan's Law, I think that Megan's Law is very good for what it sets out to do, to notify community members when a convicted sex offender lives in their neighborhood. But the thing is, the price has already been paid for that convicted sex offender. Somebody has already paid the price. Somebody has already been victimized. That's why I think we need prevention programs, so that Megan's Law serves its purpose for what it needs to do, but so that nobody has to already have suffered being abused as a child.
Right. You say that you have your personal thank yous are enough of your accomplishments. Would you share some of the stories with us that have been very proud? You've been very proud of.
Well, I receive a lot of letters from children who thank me for coming into their schools and to have been the first person to speak to them about an issue that many consider taboo. Children thank me and tell me that because of what I do, they also want to do the same, that they want to be volunteers in their communities. And that to me is amazing because it shows me that I'm helping to motivate other people to be involved in their communities.
How do you know that you have made a difference, though?
Because they tell me. And I can tell you that every workshop I've ever given, I've had a student, whether a child or a teenager or even an adult, when I've given date rape workshops on college campuses, tell me of their own experiences. And for many of them, it has been their first time. To give you an example, you asked me for another specific example. I was in a school last May, and after the workshop, 2 young girls came up to me to tell me that they had both been sexually abused by their fathers. They had never told anyone else but each other. And I had to sit down with them and report that to the police. And I think it's unfortunate that they had to experience that, but I feel very fortunate to have been the person that they were able to open up to, and that makes me feel like I've achieved my goal.
Good.
Again, I have to push back. I have to go back to the issue. The children are victims. And, yeah, you can empower them to report, but you can't stop the abuse. And the error, I think, in reading through your platform here is that you're not getting at the perpetrator.
See, I beg to differ with you, because I think that you can stop the abuse. I think that if children know what the difference is between good touch and bad touch, I think that if children know that they need not tolerate that, then they are empowered. That if we are able to effectively determine what the causes are, what the underlying causes are of family violence and child abuse, we can effectively target those families. And as far as the perpetrator is concerned, I think from my own experience and from a research study that was just done by the American Psychological Association, when perpetrators know that their victimizer knows that what they're doing is wrong, they're very likely to step back and not to continue the violation, the sexual violation or the abuse in any way. So I think that if perpetrators know that children are being abused by, or being abused and they're being educated about this subject, they're likely not to continue those acts.
What really ticks you off about your friends? Anything in particular?
What ticks me off about them? Nothing ticks me off about them, if anything. My friends are my salvation because I am so involved in my community and I'm so involved in my job and I'm so involved in so many different things that my friends are my salvation, and they give me the opportunity to go out and have a good time and to shake things off when I need to do that.
Talk to us about your tap dance you're going to do. How long have you been dancing first, and what got you interested in that?
I've been dancing since the age of 6. What got me started is that as a child I was extremely hyperactive, so my mother took me to the doctor, and at the time Ritalin was not the choice drug. So the doctor said, get her involved in something to expend her energy, and that's exactly what my mother did, and it stuck. It just really stuck, and tap is my greatest outlet. So when you see my talent, expect to see a lot of energy.
If you were to become Miss America, you would have to give up a certain amount of privacy. How would you deal with that?
I'm ready for it. I know that this is something that I've wanted for a very long time, and I know that I have an issue that I can really make a difference with, something that people really haven't taken to the next level, and I'm willing to do that, and I don't care what privacy rights I have to give up to do that.
Nicole, how would you define integrity?
Integrity is, I think, a level of moral standards, of holding yourself to that, the very highest of esteem, and to not let other things get in that way, to be able to know, and to know that what you believe in truly cultivates the person that you are.
You seem so confident. Is there anything you're afraid of?
Spiders. I'm extremely scared of spiders.
Okay.
But other than that, no.
Is there anything about becoming Miss America that sort of frightens you?
No, not at all.
What about life after Miss America? How do you hold that?
Well, I think that the job of Miss America will certainly prepare me for my real life, because I know that I want to dedicate my life to child advocacy, and I know that as Miss America I will have the
I'm sorry
opportunity.
that time's up, but if you'd like to give us a closing statement, we'd love to hear it.
Okay, well, I'm glad that we got to talk a lot about my platform, because it is an issue that means a lot to me. I want to tell you a story of a little boy who also means a lot to me. For the sake of, I think, protecting his privacy, I will call him Steve. He lives at the Villa Maria, which is a home for abused children, and I've been a volunteer for him. When I first went to meet him, I was very much warned about him, that he had problems with impulsiveness, with stealing, with keeping his hands to himself. I was told that at the age of 12, he was very much behind developmentally. I was not told, though, that he's extremely easy to get along with and easy to please, and he's your typical 12-year-old boy. But I think if I took all the positive aspects about him, I still could not cover up the fact that just 8 months ago, he raped another little boy who lives at the Villa Maria. Steve will be institutionalized for the rest of his life. He will never know what it's like to walk down the street like you and me because of the sexual abuse that he suffered at the hands of his own mother and grandmother. They walk the streets free. He's one of the many reasons why I continue to urge people to trust their instincts and do what is right for our children now so that they aren't the ones to pay for it later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi. Hi, how are you all this morning? Well, almost lunch, well, after lunch, actually. I am so excited to be here finally. This is so much of a Cinderella story for me. That's why it's so important for me and my family. Having a parade of states to see my father walk, to see his daughter walk in, is so important because he had Olympic dreams. He wanted to be in a parade of countries in the Olympics, and that was shattered by the Vietnam War. So this chance I have to be a part of a phenomenal parade of states is about like his parade of countries, and it's my present to him, and that's why this means so much to me and so much to see his face in the audience.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Heather, how much support are you receiving from your sister Gretchen? Is she here with you? Is she supportive of your activities?
She's very supportive, but I must say that my little sister has a life of her own, and she lives in a different area than I do, so we don't get as much chance to sort of correspond as much as I'd like to. But no, she can't be here because she's working, unfortunately.
As Miss America, how will you handle the press, the media attention, specifically the negative press that may come? And in addition to yourself, how are you preparing your family and friends?
Well, I've told them they're not allowed to sell any stories to hard copy. I'm just kidding. No, I have no stories to
No, you
hide.
shouldn't care about that.
Yeah, no skeletons in the closet. I prepared them and said that they have to be very discretionary on how they talk to the press. I worked for a newspaper for a year, so I sort of have an inside view of what the press can be like, how good it can be, and how bad it can be as well.
Is Maysville in eastern Kentucky?
Northeastern, it's right on the very tip of Kentucky.
Can you tell me about the Burt Combs Parkway?
The parkway there? Actually, the main thoroughfare that runs through our area, are you thinking more of the eastern part of the state or the Maysville
It
area?
goes from north to south through...
Well, it's probably the AA highway, which it has about 5 different names. And it sort of split a lot of counties in two, but I can honestly cannot imagine what our community would be like without that sort of transportation coming through, because by that being in there, over 100,000 people traffic through the little town of Maysville on any given business day.
I'm sorry. Do you know the highway in New Jersey that's in honor of Vietnam?
The Vietnam Memorial Parkway? Yes, we have one as well in Kentucky.
In New Jersey?
Pardon?
Are you familiar with the one in New Jersey?
I've never driven on the one in New Jersey, but I know that we have one in our state as well.
Last year, by one vote, Congress took $15 million away from veterans who had smoked, and that was their disability.
Yes.
And that was done at the Pentagon's request that that disability be disallowed for compensation purposes. They put it in the highway fund instead. What would have been your position?
Well, my position is if they started smoking while they were in war, if it were directly responsible for their disability, if they were given those cigarettes while they were at Vietnam or in the war, I believe that anything that happened to them or that they became in contact with during the war should be considered in their disability, but not what they did after the war.
That includes the supposed impact of Agent Orange?
Absolutely. In fact, my father will spray. Actually, all the Vietnam veterans now receive benefits because it has become a generalized statement that all Vietnam veterans have probably been exposed to Agent Orange. My father was exposed to it and therefore got chloracne which actually is hereditary, and it's what I have, my little brother has as well.
This is
I'm sorry.
Controversial issue
Yes,
right now. Some veterans want the buildings refurbished so they don't have to travel. The other side of that equation is, no, we've got to put the money into programs. We need more health issues, even if you have to travel. We can't do both. You would say we have to do...
Are you talking specifically about clinics that are going throughout?
Bricks versus programs.
Well, actually, there's a way to do both. There's funding set up on both sides of the scale, so you can appropriate funds for both, and that's what my issue actually is appropriating the funds for those programs. I believe in the future you will see more clinics and not more mainstream hospitals, because clinics serve rural areas that veterans can't, that they can make more accessible. Veterans can't always travel 2 and 3 hours to a big city to where the hospitals are. So I think clinics are a great idea, but I do think you can do both. I don't think it has to be either or.
What is the homeless veterans outreach, your platform, doing to educate? A lot of times when we hear about the homeless programs, it's about feeding, perhaps getting someone a bed for the evening, but that doesn't really help in the education of getting them on their feet and getting them out. What are you doing in this in your group as far as the education of these homeless veterans?
What we're doing right now is educating centers who do the one-day services and telling them that they can provide education training for these veterans. I got a chance to travel to the Maryland Center for Veterans Education and Training in Baltimore, which is the national role model that the Department of Veterans Affairs is using. And what they have done is they have case management on point, on site, to help these veterans get their education. They send them to college. They get them the training. No, we're not giving them jobs at McDonald's. That's not the dignified job that a veteran deserves. They deserve education. The government promised it to them. They deserve to have that. And that is your permanent solution. Temporary solutions by feeding and clothing, sending them back out on the streets, that's not permanent. We are educating these men to give them permanent solutions, which means centers need to get funding. There are grants. There's a per diem program that the VA hospital provides. There are grants that these centers can get to offer those kinds of services to veterans. So that's what my job is.
Has our government lied to veterans, particularly those that came back from Desert Storm? No, you weren't subject to anything?
I think it's been very hard for the government to make a stance. And yes, I do believe they have not always been truthful. I believe that there's one extreme and there's another. The government's having a hard time finding the truth. They're having a hard time situating themselves to tell veterans what they can and cannot provide for them. I don't want to stand here and say, yes, our government has lied. But I don't think that they've always been clear-cut on what the benefits for those veterans have been. That's our biggest problem through the VA, is that veterans don't know what they're entitled to because the VA cannot advertise their benefits. That is what I'm here for.
The soldiers during the Second World War definitely were given cigarettes as a part of their pack. Now, if they became ill later on in life, regardless of the fact if it was during that time that they came down with some disease, how can we allow them to lose the benefits?
How can we allow them to lose the benefits?
Based on the fact that they have some disease related to smoking.
Well, I believe nicotine is addictive. If they were given those cigarettes, I don't think that they should have that taken away.
Right.
Well, there are shows in North America. What other platforms would you want to champion?
Oh, I think that on the lighter side of things, I would like to promote Girl Scouts, community involvement and service. I was a Girl Scout for 12 years, got my gold award. And that's sort of the prelude to the Miss America program. I had over 4,000 volunteer hours coming out of high school. And it was a great position to go into competing for Miss America. I'd always volunteered in my community. I believe community service is the way that things get solved in community. It's a joint ownership of its people and its roles.
Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts expel homosexuals. Is that a good idea? Just from orientation perspective, not practice. Good idea, bad idea?
I think it's a bad idea to alienate any group of people. I am not here to say what you believe is wrong. I believe there are 3 sides to every story, your side, my side, and the truth.
You had no choice in the matter. One of your sisters, either Monica Lewinsky, Linda Tripp.
I'm sorry, what was...
one of these 2 ladies were your sister.
If Monica Lewinsky was my sister?
No, which one, if you had a choice? If not that you, and you can't, and the answer would not be neither one. But
right, of course.
Monica Lewinsky or Linda Tripp?
I would say Monica Lewinsky. I think that I never want to shut a person out from hope. I always give people the benefit of the doubt. The situation that she was in is now in her past. Only the future is what we should be concerned about.
How about Linda?
There's no hope for Linda?
Pardon?
No hope for Linda?
Well, I think that Monica would be easier for me to deal with because she's more my age. I'm not saying that Linda, there's no hope for her, but you asked me to make a choice, so I asked Monica Lewinsky.
Have you established a publisher for your textbook?
No, I have not.
How much further do you have to go with it?
I have about 3 months to finish my master's, and what my master's entails is the leading argument letter, the synopsis of each chapter, and the outline, and also a list of people that I'm gathering to be resources like professors to add credibility to why I'm doing the textbook. So I have the outline left to finish, so I'll be defending that in the 3 months.
Completing that the same as getting your degree? Once you complete it and get it accepted?
Once I complete the synopsis, the outline, and the leading argument, that's when I will get my degree. That'll be my defense. And then I'll finish the textbook while I'm in the industry.
Your brother Jameson is 13?
Yes, he is.
Jameson comes to you as a big sister. You're being his big sister. And he asks you not to tell his parents, but he wants you to give him some condoms.
Absolutely not. What you don't know about my little brother is I practically raised him. When he was 11, or I was 11, he was born. My parents were going through a rough time, and I took Jameson on as my project. He was sort of my baby doll. And I believe that I would sit Jameson down and talk to him and tell him that is a very high-risk choice. By him coming to me asking me for condoms, I would probably talk to him for a lengthy amount of time as probably a parent to a child.
Would you mention anything to his parents?
No.
How are you going to keep him away from drugs in today's society?
How do I keep him away from drugs? Is by being a good example for him. I believe that the problems with teenagers start in their home. If you can't set an example for your children, the school's not going to set an example for them. It's not their place. It is your place at home because it's where they come from. So I would have set an example for my brother, and hopefully I have.
How about alcohol?
And alcohol as well, I would do the same thing, responsibility. There are very black and white issues that you're raised with in southern towns, which they're right, it's wrong.
Thank you.
It goes fast, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
It's not yours now.
Well, I do want to reiterate the importance of this platform. We're moving into a new millennium, and I'm sure you've heard it all across the nation. It is so easy to glamorize the past century. We had great technological advancements that well exceeded our dreams, and I believe that it's very easy to smooth over the price that was paid for those advancements, and that was human suffering, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot kid you. This isn't a normal pageant platform. It's not something that's fluffy. It's something that deals with our nation's government. It deals with bringing patriotism back into society. And this is something that I'm passionate about. When I leave this lectern and I go out that door, I and other organizations will continue to fight for funding for the continuum of care for our homeless veterans. This is something that we cannot overlook moving into the new millennium. It would be easier with the job opportunity of Miss America together with our nation's capital and its people. I'll kid you not, having that crown would be phenomenal. It would bring 27 million veterans back home. It would once again say our nation is welcoming you home and we're going to give you the care that you deserve. But without it, I'm still going to fight. I'm still going to be involved. This is my life. It's my passion. This isn't something that I just picked because it's pretty, because it's not a pretty picture. It's very controversial, but these are real issues by real people. This makes every U.S. citizen, it makes them concerned.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. As an ambassador for the Surgeon General's National Strategy for Suicide Prevention, I am here to call you all to action. Suicide is the second leading cause of death for our teens who are finding themselves overwhelmed by risk factors including undiagnosed mental disorders, substance abuse, technology, isolation, stereotyping, bullying, lack of coping skills, violence, and access to guns. Recent tragedies are showing us that now suicide is combining with homicide. The time for prevention is now.
Thank you very much. I read your platform, Preventing Youth Suicide,
Mhm.
and two questions. Number one is that you say that the suicide between 15 and 19-year-olds is up 300% since 1970. What is the percentage of increase in that age group, in that demographic, during that same time? And then if you could just expound upon, or in a very short few sentences, describing exactly what this is about.
Describe to you exactly what my platform is about, or the increase. Well, no one has been startled
before now because in the 1970s and the 1950s as well, suicide has always been known as being a problem of our older adults. Age 65 and older has always had the highest suicide rate. But over the last 20 years, we've had this steady increase, which has tripled amongst our young people. So that's why that statistic is written at 300%. And the other half of your question?
But has the age group increased 300%?
No. The age group has gone up with the age group 15 to 19 years old. For teens, that has increased. But it's always been consistent for people ages 65 and older.
Why do so many teens not respect life?
I don't know if it's a matter of not respecting life. I think it's also having a misconception of what death is about. I don't think that any of us here would want to choose death over life, but when you look at today's society that's so much more fast-paced and suicide being such a multifaceted problem, there are these adverse life effects that when coupled with things like substance abuse and especially undiagnosed mental disorders, these children are seeing suicide as a solution.
Jade, what can we do as a country to prevent tragedies such as the sort of things that happened at Littleton?
Prevention is a key word. We hear the word prevention and then people talk about methods that are actually intervention. I really do believe in the implementation of curriculum, such as when I have written down, met with a lady named Judy Friedman, who's the creator of the Easing the Teasing curriculum, as well as the National Alliance for the Mentally Ill have a curriculum called Breaking the Silence that's going to give our children the language of mental health and mental illness. At the same time, we have to respect our teachers. I mean, every day we're coming in here telling you, okay, we have sex education, we have cancer awareness, put this all in your health curriculum. And it's not that easy. So we have to provide in-services like the one by the Jason Foundation that teaches teachers, coaches, parents, and peers alike how to respond to the risk factors of suicide. I do believe in gun control. I say common sense gun control because that's not going to be the only solution. But I think we all can agree that we have to be about the business of child proof in this country.
Chicago has a policy against social promotion. 1,000 third graders flunked the third grade last year. Chicago said that's a success story relative to social promotion. Success story or failure story?
Being a student, having been in honors programs and having taken classes that weren't listed as honors, I can tell you that there are definitely different learning differences. At the same time, when you have concepts like mainstreaming that are out there now, we still have to look at not lowering our standards of what is acceptable. A person that has a different learning style still can be expected to achieve, even though those levels of achievement are different. I don't really, I'd say, promote social promotion because that child has to know that what they're doing is acceptable to advance on. When you look at the idea of being able to go to the next grade, I remember going from first grade to second grade and thinking that was such a big accomplishment because I'd earned it and I look forward to learning something new the next year. As long as those standards are in place, then we can promote the children.
If a child fails for the third time, why isn't that a failure, though, of the system as opposed to that child?
It is a failure of the system. We have to look at, obviously we're not meeting the needs of the child in the way that he or she learns, which goes back to the concept of mainstreaming. A lot of kids are falling out of the cracks, and I want to make sure that people who are out of the mainstream of education don't necessarily have to be out of the mainstream of society as well.
What is your idea of a good time?
Oh, wow. I have a group at Northwestern called Boom Shaka, and we founded it, and it's a percussion and dance ensemble. And if you've ever seen Stomp, it's just like that. So after 4 to 6 hours a day of Chopin, we get to go in and make our own instruments and bang on trash cans and bang on trays. So that's been my idea of fun. It's a lot of hard work. I choreograph and direct for the group, but that's the best release you can have.
Is it aggressive?
Oh, it's very aggressive. It's loud. We've been having trouble finding practice space because it's not conducive to all the other groups that rehearse.
I bet. The career path you've chosen for yourself, that of being a concert pianist, is one of the toughest imaginable. And the notion of what it really means to be a success as a pianist has changed dramatically from what it used to be, even 10 years ago, certainly 20 and 30 years ago. What do you mean by a concert pianist?
Yeah, you sound like my parents right there. You know, I think for me, I want to be able to perform. I also put on there a lifestyle grounded in the arts. People say, what does that mean? I want to do things like Stomp. I plan on auditioning for them next year. But I found that the times when I feel the worst are when I perform the worst. And I feel the best when I perform at the best. And being that connected makes me feel like this is something that I want to do for the rest of my life. I'm looking forward to being able to say that my avocation is my vocation as well. It's so hard to express the joy that you feel at the piano.
But you don't intend to make the bulk of your living from playing concerts?
Not the bulk of my living from playing concerts, but I want to make a lifestyle out of playing concerts as well. I don't want to teach, let's say at the elementary level. I'd love to have a few students. I want to be able to perform when I can perform. I have so many things that I want to do, and I just want to make sure that that remains a part of my lifestyle.
How can Miss America make race relations better in America?
I see the job as Miss America of breaking stereotypes and dispelling stigmas in general. I can't tell you how many times I went into schools. I went into a predominantly black school, and the teacher, when I got in there, was like, "Oh my gosh, you're black!" And it's like, "Oh wow, I am. I guess I am." But going in there and seeing these black children and being a role model for them was very special for me. I admire Josephine Baker because not only because she broke down racial stereotypes in the theater world, but she redefined what it was like and what it meant to be beautiful. So to be able to have the title of Miss America and represent everyone is going to be a special part of this job. My father's a civil rights activist, so I've grown up around learning about the people who say that they hate you and understanding why they see you in the way they do.
How's Sammy Sosa doing lately?
He's okay. I'm going to be honest. I'm not a big baseball fan, but I got to see him at one event. He seems like a pretty nice guy. And since he gives back to the community, I'm all for him.
When you were in high school, you played basketball, volleyball, track, field. What position of volleyball did you play?
I was always front line a lot of the times. I loved the actual spiking. Got spiked in the face a few times, so I know what that feels like as well.
Did you go to Davis?
No, didn't go to
In
Davis.
Chicago, do they have year-round sports? Do you have the sport in school and then a year-round program outside?
You do. The lady who is the executive director of the Miss Illinois program, her children are involved in year-round sports as well. So they're off from basketball camp to basketball camp to basketball camp as well as tennis.
Is Evanston your hometown?
Is where?
Is Evanston your hometown?
No, it's not. I'm originally from Charleston, South Carolina. I'm in Evanston because of my schooling.
George W. Bush has proposed that the $118 billion that we spent for Title I funds, which go to poor schools, be done as follows. The funds will be cut off if children do not progress after 3 years.
Yeah.
Do you support that, and is that a good solution for that Chicago problem where kids are flunking third grade 3 years in a row?
Yeah, whenever we suppose or we put time limits, that's always getting risky. I'd need to, of course, read over the proposal in
We want
depth.
to give the money to the parents in an account, so then the child, they could use it to go to a private school or something.
Vouchers, are we talking sort of the way of vouchers?
Quasi-vouchers.
Yeah, I'd rather go in the direction of smaller class sizes.
Yeah, you went to a Catholic school or...
It wasn't. It just had the title, St. Andrews. It was a public school. It was a public school, but I understand how a parent would want their child to have better education. At the same time, I don't see taking public funds for private education. Vouchers,
Even if the kids are failing.
I think that a smaller class size, studies have already been done, especially in Milwaukee. They've had a study that shows that the students who are on a regular educational level that have the smaller class size actually score higher than the larger classes in the private schools. And there hasn't been any proven proof that people who are going to private schools score that much better than people who are going in public schools at the same socioeconomic levels.
Jen, in your bio about your platform, you talked about copycat suicide, and I understand that concept, but what if the copycat was from a TV program? Can we sue the TV program for that?
I'd rather the discussion be on responsibility.
Who's responsible?
The Center for Disease Control has put together, in conjunction with media professionals, a set of guidelines that they are to use in reporting how to report suicide. We don't have to be so romantic about the way we picture it. There was a suicide 2 days ago right here in Brigantine. And the way they reported it, it sounded like a horrendous love story. They just needed to report the facts. There are guidelines out there that are going to show us how we can report this so that we don't promote contagion.
The firm that does the SATs has recently talked about putting an emphasis on giving strivers some extra points to give them credit that they wouldn't ordinarily get. How do you stand on that?
Can you define strivers?
Strivers are people who are below some economic level in the society and who are doing their best to break out of that.
Whenever we get into talk about extra and time limits, I want to focus on what's at the meat of the problem. If they need extra, it means they actually need extra help to get there. So I'd focus on what we need to do at the educational level before we start handing out.
Are you opposed to affirmative action?
I'm not. I'm not seeing my father as a civil rights activist. I think if we were in a society that was utopian and we had no such thing as racism, if we were still living, or if we were living in an idealistic time period, I'd say away with affirmative action.
So
as a black woman.
Thank you.
Okay.
Would you like to wrap up?
I realized one thing in preparing to be an effective Miss America, and whether it's been through my work with the Surgeon General and Mrs. Gore, or in my lobbying of Congress for things like mental health parity and suicide prevention awareness, or even through my partnership with Ronald McDonald House Charities, is that although those are crucial to the success of suicide prevention, they're not going to be the true measurement of my effectiveness in Miss America. if you've even seen the faces of suicide, or if you've been touched by it at all, you know that the only way to measure me is in the face of one person choosing life. 4 years ago, I had a high school friend who, along with her boyfriend, went on a crime spree, cross-country crime spree, and they killed someone on the way to killing themselves. Now, 4 years ago, this was an isolated incident. Here we are today, and can we even count the number of times that we've seen our young people commit homicide on the way to killing themselves? We can't wait any longer. When we picture children, we think of things like Disney and Barney and bicycles, but through my work with the Jason Foundation, I learned of a little boy, and he was only 5 years old, and he committed suicide. Now, I'm trying to picture this little boy who was probably still trying to form his own fingers around this crayon. But there he was, writing those final words. We don't have any more time. And that's why I'm here. And that's why I need your help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Miss Indiana.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Kelly Lloyd. I had the opportunity to attend Camp Super Kids this summer, which is a camp for severely asthmatic children. And there was a little girl there swimming in the lake who looked up at me with stars in her eyes. And she said, I could never be Miss Indiana because I don't have any talent and I have asthma. And I told her, well, I'm asthmatic and I'm a dancer, but you can still do something that I can't do, and that's swim. So I promised her that I'd come back next summer and I would teach her how to dance and she would teach me how to swim. So I hope to fulfill that promise as Miss America 2000.
Thank you. If you were an advisor to Dan Quayle, who is from our state, I'm also from Indiana, what advice would you give him at this point in his campaign?
I would give him the advice to just be himself. I don't think that...
I think he is being himself.
I don't think that he gets a lot of bad media. And I don't think that he would be in the position that he's in if he wasn't a very intelligent man. And so I would really recommend that he's himself more than anything else.
Do you think he should pull out, or do you think he should keep running?
I think he should keep running.
Really?
I do.
What's your take on the public fascination with all these tabloid talk shows? And I know that you want to go into broadcast
That's right.
television. If you were offered your first job and happened to be in one of those type of shows, would you accept it?
I wouldn't accept it because I did an internship at Channel 8 in Indianapolis, and as an intern I really got to know what it was like to do some hard news stories, and I really enjoyed that. I think that when people get caught up in the tabloid news, they forget the line between true news and entertainment, and so I consider Jerry Springer to be entertainment. I consider CNN to be news. And as my first job, I would want to be involved in serious hard news.
Well, they've actually had a lot of Jerry Springer on CNN News coverage.
That's true.
So you would probably be doing... a
little bit of both, maybe.
A little bit of both.
Right.
I'd like to be the youngest of a set with three older brothers.
My three older brothers are half-brothers, and so we didn't actually grow up in the same household, but they are very, very supportive of their younger sister, and they have 10 children among the three of them, and so I've been an aunt for a very long time, and it's really nice to interact with my nieces and nephews, and we all live in the same city, so we get together quite a lot.
How does your asthma affect your dancing?
Dancing has always been challenging for me, maybe a little more challenging than other people, but I've learned to control the disease, so even though my piece that I'm performing Tuesday will be very, very upbeat, I've learned to control the asthma, and I go out and perform and give it my all just like anyone else.
How do you control it?
Well, I've been on inhalers for a while, most of my life, and when I was a little girl, I took a lot of breathing treatments and percussion treatments. I had to do that 4 times a day, and it was important for me to get up before school and take a percussion treatment, a breathing treatment, and some oral medications.
What's the trigger for your asthma?
I have a lot of different triggers. I'm allergic to just about everything except foods, which is good because I love to eat.
Kelly, do you think that the media is living up to their responsibility to simply report the news rather than going towards the entertainment side? Aren't they really looking just for ratings?
I think they are looking for ratings, and
so then why would you want to go this way? You don't want to go into tabloid journalism, so you're going to still be a part of this mix.
Well, maybe I could make the change. Working as an intern at Channel 8, I was able to
be involved. I did a lot of different jobs. I wasn't just fetching coffee. I had the opportunity to interview a lot of influential people in my community. And I tried to stay away from entertainment and just report the facts.
Do you consider yourself a feminist?
I do consider myself a feminist. I think that women can do anything that men can do.
Should sexual discrimination laws be abolished at this point in time?
No. I think that we are not balanced in the workplace.
Some feminists would answer yes, they should be, because in the old days you just walk away from somebody and handle it without bringing them into court. You would say?
I would say if things are unbalanced, then we still need those laws. I feel that way about sexual discrimination. I feel that way about affirmative action as well.
So you're balanced, or you wouldn't be playing for the Indianapolis Colts?
Probably not.
Name two people who you think have contributed to the benefit, have benefited to American society, and two people who have damaged American society.
Okay, let me make sure I have the question
Two
clear.
people have contributed to the betterment of American society, and two people who have damaged American society.
Two people that I think have contributed who have contributed to the betterment of society, American society. One would be Rosa Parks, and she was recently awarded an award for her civic duties in Indianapolis. And although I didn't get to attend that function, there was a lot of media and press coverage about that, and it really made me feel good that people are recognizing her and what she contributed to this country. Another person I would say is involved with the media, and I think she pulls a lot of positivity out in the media. That would be Barbara Walters. I was watching an interview with her last night, and I was so impressed with the way she's able to draw truth and honesty out of people. Two people that have damaged American society. Unfortunately, at this point, I think that Bill Clinton has damaged our faith in the presidency, and it's going to take a long time to rebuild that faith. Another person who has damaged American society, I'm not sure. I can't think of another one right off the top of my head.
How about Bobby Knight and his image for Indiana? Is he damaging the image of Indiana?
I have not been able to sit in on a practice, so it's not fair for me to comment on Bobby Knight and his coaching techniques because I'm not actually a player on his team, but I know that he does do a lot of good things for the Bloomington community, and he really puts a lot of money into the library there at Indiana University. So from my perspective, I would say that Bobby Knight is good for the Bloomington and IU community.
An overall plus.
Yes.
If you were selected as Miss America, what other platforms would you be willing to address other than the asthma organization that you are affiliated with now?
Sure. I would like to see more focus on overall community betterment, and I think that we can do that by addressing children in schools about staying off of drugs and away from alcohol, getting involved in the DARE program. When I also speak to children, I talk to them about setting goals, and it's important to also work on our educational system.
There's a debate, as you know, between jobs and jobs that pollute the environment and clean air. Where do you come down if there's an absolute conflict?
I'm against pollution because I am an asthmatic. I've done a lot of work with the American Lung Association of Indiana, and I was involved with their Kickoff for Clean Air Month several years ago, and that's something that they sponsor every year, and it really helps to cut down on pollution in my community. So if it comes down to environmental issues, I'm against companies that pollute the environment.
Even if those people don't have bread on their table?
I think if we find other ways to run a corporation or a company that is less damaging to the environment, that is the way we should go.
Have you met the other famous Ball State University graduate, David Letterman?
David Letterman, no, I haven't met him. But as a telecommunications major, I can say that he puts a lot of money into the telecommunications program and even offers a scholarship that he says is for average students. He has a plaque on the wall that dedicates it to all of the C students, and the scholarship is based solely on creativity. Academics are not a part of that scholarship.
Kelly, are you registered to vote?
Yes, I am registered to vote.
There's a lot of statistics that say that apathy, that the voting public is going down in terms of the numbers of people that are voting. Do you agree with that?
I do agree with that. I have a lot of peers who did not vote in the last election.
What suggestion would you have to increase the voting?
I've been very impressed with MTV's campaign to help people, encourage them to vote. I think that reaches a younger audience, and that's the audience that we need to target. They're the ones that aren't getting into the voting booth. And so more campaigns such as the MTV campaign would help people vote.
Should handguns be banned?
Handguns should not be banned. We do need gun control legislation, especially with the violence that we've seen in our schools, but I believe that every American has the right to bear arms.
Should they be registered?
Yes, they should be registered.
Aren't you worried about a government then that knows who has all the guns?
No, I'm not. I think that's the best way to go.
Why do you think so many teenagers are troubled, or so troubled?
We're getting away from family values. Parents aren't getting involved in their children's lives. They're not getting to know their children's friends. They don't know what their children are doing before and after school. So we need to see a return to the family system, the family unit.
Do you think it's all the parents' fault?
It's not all the parents' fault, because when you have children who are going to school, they're around teachers and peers all day long, and they have a great influence on one another. So it's important for parents to get involved and know exactly what's going on in their children's lives, including in school, get to know who their friends are.
In terms of open adoption, what's your take on a particular race adopting out of their race?
People should be allowed to adopt a child. If they have love to give, it shouldn't matter what race that child is.
Even with the different cultures, how would you go about maybe helping them be able to establish their own identities with it, and learning about, cross cultures?
Sure. They could be advised that it's important to raise a child to understand their culture. I was raised in a home with one African American parent and one Caucasian parent, and I was never confused about who I was. I knew exactly who I was, and it was important for me to know and understand both cultures. I felt like I was raised with the best of both worlds.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, I want to tell you about a little girl who decided one day that it was important for her to learn how to control her asthma. And she was in the 5th grade, and she went outside every day and played at recess, and she usually had an asthma attack. She'd come back inside, and the school nurse knew her very, very well and had little brown paper bags ready for her to breathe into, because as most asthmatics do, she would also hyperventilate. And there was one day where she went in and the nurse didn't have any brown paper bags anymore, and she had to place a grocery sack over the little girl's head. And at that time, her 5th grade crush walked in the door, and he not only stared at her, but he also pointed and laughed at her. And she cried and went home crying that day, and sadly enough, she was also allergic to her own tears. So with puffy, swollen red eyes, she told her parents that it was so important for her to understand her disease and to be able to overcome it. So they took her to see a lung specialist, and that helped her to get better. That little girl is standing before you today asking for the job of Miss America. And I want to spread my message to other asthmatics so they can find their way to a normal and healthy lifestyle as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So excited to be here. I'd like to begin by telling you that, to me, the Miss America program really symbolizes everything that we have in this country that we just don't have the opportunity that we just don't have opportunities for in other parts of the world. And I really feel that as Miss Connecticut, as an immigrant fisherman's daughter, which is what I am, I really feel that I'm someone that knows a lot about that. And so with that, I'd like to begin.
Okay, Miss Connecticut, Foxwoods, Mohegan,
right.
Casinos, obviously everyone sees some of the economic benefits. And balance, is casino gambling good or bad for society?
Okay. Right, well, the main thing that casinos have done in the state of Connecticut is amazing things for the Indian reservations. And all the money that's generated by the casinos has done great things for transportation, for education in my state. It's just the money that's generated by them is incredible. And the jobs, of course, that casinos have brought upon for my state. But I am concerned about the people who just don't know where to stop, or the people who just know that that's not something that they should be doing because they don't have the economic resources that permit them to be going to casinos.
Where is your family from?
My parents are actually from Portugal.
Portugal.
Right, they came
Do you
here.
speak Portuguese?
I speak Portuguese.
Have you been to Portugal?
Numerous times. I actually lived there for a couple of years.
Do you sing any fados or anything like that?
I do.
Really?
That's one of the music that's one of the genres of music that I enjoy, and my mom is very good at it.
Really?
My parents came here 20 years ago, and really I sort of grew up speaking Portuguese at home. English isn't really my first language, and I did move over when I was 14 years old, which is a pretty critical time in a young person's life. I moved over when I was 14. I came back when I was 16, and I didn't like it at first, but it's just something that I really think that helped me so much.
Sylvia, with the ongoing day-to-day violence in schools, how can your platform help?
Amazing, the things that my platform can do to help. Last year, I go to school in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and I don't know how many of you are familiar with Bridgeport. It's just not the typical place where you see a student graduate and go on to an Ivy League school. I went to school where the paint was peeling off the ceilings and where the bathrooms are covered in graffiti, and it's really moving to go back and to see people helping each other out. And I actually went back last year, and one of the guidance counselors was talking to me about all the things that the peer tutoring program had done. And one of the major problems at my school when I was there was violence, was fighting in the hallway. You'd be walking in the hallway to your next class, and there would be kids fighting. And the major thing that it's done is just to get kids talking to each other and mediation. Students will get together and talk about their problems. And so that's the main thing that it's done to help out. And I was talking to these guidance counselors, and they said that violence has declined in that school because of my platform, because of peer mediation and tutoring and mentoring, depending on where students need help.
Bridgeport seems to be an awful long way from the sea. Does your father mind Long Island Sound? Or?
No, he doesn't mind it at all. It's very calm. So the best thing about it is that there's no wind.
Is that where he fishes in the Sound?
Long Island Sound.
What's the fish that he brings in?
My dad's a lobsterman.
Ah.
And it's pretty interesting because I'm the only lobster woman on Long Island Sound. So I go out with him, and what we do is he's a lobster. Well, he catches lobsters, and so it's very calming. I'm actually kind of worried about Hurricane Floyd and it coming up because it can really do things to the area, the marina. Our basement is flooded.
One of the major controversies is, in commercial fishing is over-harvesting, that people live today and grab as much as they can. What insights would you give if you had a group of fishermen, fisher ladies? What would you be saying to them about over-harvesting?
My dad is actually one of the people that's most for preserving the environment, because if the fishermen don't do something to preserve the environment today, they're not going to have a place to work or to live tomorrow. And so the major thing that my dad has done, even in Portugal, he's talked to the Prime Minister or the Minister of the Fishery Association. He's a good friend of his, and has talked to him about the things that we're doing in the United States that is really helping, because in places like Portugal there are so many fishermen that do overharvest. But in the United States we don't seem to have that problem.
Sylvia, how do you determine who will work with the youth in your mentoring program?
Okay.
How do you screen these people?
Right. In this particular program, right, what we did was we looked for the mature, responsible student. The student that had a high or a wonderful academic record, the student who received recommendations from teachers, that was the major criteria.
So if the teacher is on drugs and recommends a student to be a mentor that possibly could be on drugs, how are you going to recognize this?
Well,
how do you screen them out, the bad apples?
There's such a long process that really goes through. You have to write an essay. All of this has to go through the principal. The major thing that I've actually been doing in Connecticut is not just implementing the program, which is I've gone to another school in the inner city, Bassick High School, which is in Bridgeport, and I've talked to them about the program. They're pretty interested, and they did ask me about all the things that we could do to screen these students. And it's not just one teacher that recommends this. It's the teachers and principals together, the superintendent, the governor of the state of Connecticut has lauded this program very highly.
What are some of the public's misconceptions of the Miss America pageant?
Well, what I get a lot of is that isn't it just a bathing beauties contest? And I tell them Miss America purports to be looking for the Renaissance woman. And I hate to say it, but I don't hate to say it, but part of being a Renaissance woman is just being someone that's healthy and that can keep up with the stress and the job. And people just don't understand that Miss America is someone that goes around and does things that she really feels are important in today's society.
Miss Connecticut, Dean's List, Academic Fitness Award. What kind of an impact is this having on your younger sister?
The thing about my younger sister, and it's sometimes not that I feel bad for her, but people always say, is it yourself or is it your younger sister or your sister that's Miss Connecticut, because she's almost as tall as me. But she has so many things that are going for her, and she's her own person. She doesn't want to do pageants. She says, those aren't for me. Those are great for Sylvia. They're my older sister, but they're not what I'm about.
The SAT board is considering doing striver credits. If you went to a school, say Bridgeport, and you were doing better than average there, they'd add 200 points to your score to get you into college. What do you think of that?
I didn't need it to get into Holy Cross. I really think that if a student goes to an inner city school and is able to show the board or whoever it is that's on the directors for an Ivy League school, or the administration, or the admissions office, for an Ivy League school, that if they can write out an essay and tell them and show them what they're all about and what they've been through in their school, that should be plenty.
Do you know anything about Goodspeed Opera House?
Goodspeed? I do, yes. I've passed through there various times, and it's actually in a very beautiful, beautiful location. I've never been inside.
You know what it is?
The Goodspeed Opera House. I don't, actually. Are there any other questions that I don't know the answers to?
What do you like to do for fun?
Oh, for fun. Sometimes it's not where you go, but who you're with. And so for fun, I like the movies. I like being with my family. I like fishing with a fishing pole.
Are you having fun now?
That's for fun. I'm having fun. I've waited for this for so long that it's just something that I...
Sylvia, should the Miss America contestants be required to take drug tests, and if so, should the judges also?
I really think that they shouldn't. That a young woman, I think that you can really tell whether a young woman is on drugs or is not. I think there's a little bit more credibility.
Do you think there are any women here that are contestants that are on drugs?
I'm sorry?
Do you think there are any contestants here that are on drugs?
Absolutely not.
How did you decided to go on to become a professor of art? How did this develop?
I've always really had a passion for art and art history ever since I was very small, and I first picked up crayons and started drawing on the walls. And living in Portugal, actually, it was very interesting because I got an opportunity to travel throughout the country a lot, and that really got me interested in so much of the medieval art that we have there and so much of the religious art that we have in Portugal. And so I just really want to share my passion with all that with other people.
Should the judges be tested for drugs?
I really don't.
The judges that are judging you?
That are judging me right now. I don't think so.
Why?
Because I think there's so much more. I think that would diminish the credibility of the program. I understand why it is that you should be all tested. But I know that you are each already such important individuals in society as it goes. I think that there's just a lot more credibility without that having to happen.
Birds are unique to Connecticut.
Birds are unique.
All right, we're going to have to assume you know your time is up.
Okay.
Anything else you'd like to tell us?
I'd like to tell a little bit about everything that I've been doing in my state to really help mentoring. I've met with the Commissioner of Education in my state. I've received, or rather judging by the standing ovations that I've received after speaking to the 100+ superintendents in the state of Connecticut, by the hugs from first graders, by the thank yous from parents whose children have been mentored because of my program and because of everything that I've done to really get people involved in this program, and really judging by the fact that the dropout rate in Bridgeport is so low now. It's 8% for Hispanics. That's just an example. judging by all of those things, I really think that Miss America is someone that should really be addressing this issue, the issue of young people today and of violence today. And so I thank you very much for this experience. I look forward to playing for you on Wednesday night, and I hope you enjoy your stay in Atlantic City.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm very well today, actually, and my name is Vanessa Ballin, and I am absolutely honored to be here today. I just want to start off by saying that what you see today is really me. It's the Will McCoy, and what you hear really comes straight from my heart. I feel that this philosophy is probably my strongest asset when it comes to leadership qualities, and it's really, there's no facades, no pretenses. What you see is what you get. And I'm excited for you to get to know me a little bit better. Thank you.
Good morning. I love the name Vanessa.
Thank you, so do I.
You are nominated for the Irene Ryan Acting Award. Would you tell me what that process is?
I would.
And when the decision will be made whether you get that?
Yes, I'd be happy to tell you. I was nominated for the Irene Ryan Acting. Acting is my very first love. I've been acting since I was 2 years old, started as a munchkin. And I've been acting a lot at Utah State University, which is where the nomination came from. I was in a play called Ring Around the Moon, and they pick an outstanding actor or actress, and you're nominated for this award, the Irene Ryan, and then you go and compete for it at the Kennedy Center, and that's when they pick the winners. And this was last February. However, I got very sick just before the competition. I'd prepared for it, memorized all my monologues, and was ready to go, and I got very, very sick and wasn't able to compete. But at least I was nominated, so.
Do you think that the federal government has an obligation to support the arts through programs like the NEA, or do you think that it should be purely private money that supports
I feel that it's very important that the government supports that, because that sets a foundation for everyone else. The privatized donations as well as the communities. I feel that the government really needs to be involved.
Do you think the NEA does enough? Do you think that's enough?
Well, it's really interesting. I don't think the NEA does enough for the state of Utah, that's for sure. With the programs I've been involved in and trying to get started for my own state as well as the nation, I don't think that they do quite enough. But they're doing wonderful things, so I need to give them kudos for that.
Vanessa, have you been to New York?
Yes, I have. I lived in New York when I was my father's an opera singer. So I lived in New York as a very little girl, and I'm hoping to go back there to go to school.
What's your favorite play?
My very favorite play, I would have to say A Long Day's Journey into Night, which is a straight play. It's a very heavy play, but that was probably the most outstanding acting I've ever seen, and so it's by far my favorite.
If you were offered that play, A Long Day's Journey into Night, tomorrow to do a role on Broadway, what would you do?
Oh, I'd jump at a chance. I'd run right out and do it. Definitely.
Tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. You mean have to leave the Miss America competition? Is that what you're saying? Oh, I don't think I'd be able to do it tomorrow. I'd ask them if I could maybe learn my lines while I was here, and then, I'd be totally ready by the time I came in to rehearsal, and hopefully they'd still take me up on that. No, I wouldn't give up Miss America for that.
You answered about the NEA. Whoever controls the money controls sometimes the content. Should the government just let the board select, or what about Robert Mapplethorpe and that type of
decisions? I think it's very important that the board, takes into consideration the community for which these programs and artistic everything is going to be shown. Because I know a lot of times what is okay, per se, in New York is very, very offensive in the state of Utah. And I know that the NEA has had some problems in the past in what they've decided to show to the public and to support, and so they need to be very, very careful in that.
Isn't that censorship of the arts, though, if people begin to pick and choose what they
I
like
feel
and don't like?
Well, it's a little censorship, but I feel if it's offensive, that it's more important to be more careful.
Shouldn't the arts sometimes offend?
I don't know that they should offend. I think it's okay to make people be a little bit more aware, but I don't know that offending people is the best route to go.
With the ongoing day-to-day violence in our schools, such as what happened in Littleton, how does your platform, having art, music, art, and programs in school, help this just to totally maybe...
To help that,
yeah.
Yes. I feel that the arts are all-encompassing. I know that in my past, in my history, it's been very important in my life, and I feel that if children are able to find a certain outlet or a certain something that they can excel in, that they feel they have a talent in, and not only develop their academic skills, but it helps them socially, it helps them to understand community and working as a group and working for the good of the whole. And I think it solves so many more problems. Discipline just goes down the tube. I mean,
how do you feel about Marilyn Manson's music?
Well, I'm very adamant about certain kinds of music affecting the way that children behave, and so I feel that there is a lot of music that can be detrimental, and that's very unfortunate. That I know that classical music is on the other end of the spectrum and is very, very helpful for children, but I think that we need to be careful what our children are listening to.
Please give us a 15-second promo on the Painted Desert. You're promoting the Painted Desert for tourists.
Promoting the Painted Desert? Well, I would say that it's one of the most beautiful areas you could possibly come to. The state of Utah is so diverse, and you can go to the south and see beautiful colors, the red sands, the desert patches, and then come up north where I live and go for a little skiing as well.
How do you think the state of Utah should handle the illegal plural marriage situations that I know it's a very tiny portion of the population, but it does get a lot of media attention?
It does. I feel that's very unfortunate. It seems like if there's anything about the state of Utah that can be brought out in the open and sort of be in a bad light, it really, really does. I think it's unfortunate that the state of Utah is associated with it, and that is people's immediate, usually train of thought when they talk about state. What should they do about it? Well, definitely the state of Utah does not condone this. They don't support it. It is against the law, and I know. I think that they should. I think they should be treated more harshly because they are being very evasive of the law as far as, I don't know if you know, their housing, the way that they don't finish their houses so they can evade the law, they can evade taxes, they don't have to. So I think that they should be treated more harshly than they are.
Would you support gay marriages?
I would support gay marriages, yes. Because being in the arts, I've sung in the operas many, many years, and I know a lot of people who have chosen that lifestyle, and I think they are some of the most wonderful people that I have ever met, and I feel that if that's the lifestyle they choose, it's very fine for them as long as they don't inflict it upon me or try and make me change my mind about the way I feel.
What about adoption from a gay couple?
I think adoption is all right as long as the child is able to see both ways of life, that the parents don't exactly, come in on them and say, this is the way to live, this is the way you have to be, that they're exposed to everything. But I think that these people have all opportunity to nurture children. I think that they are very, very wonderful. So.
Study in Jerusalem?
In Jerusalem, I studied Hebrew, actually. My father's also a university professor, and that's where he chose to go on sabbatical, and he thought it would be a greater experience to throw my younger brother and I into an ulpan, which is an intensive Hebrew school for all the immigrants, and instead of going to the high school. So, studied Hebrew. I'd actually be in Jerusalem right now if I hadn't won Miss Utah. I had to study abroad all squared away, but had some change of plans, so.
Who discovered the Great Salt Lake?
Who discovered? I'm not quite sure who discovered it.
Why is it so salty?
It's so salty because there's no inlet or outlet, and it just sits there. And I think we have some little brine shrimp in the bottom, but that's about all the life that we have.
So you can't live without chocolate? Have you been having it?
I have. I've been awful. I won the award for having dessert at every meal, every breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And I know my hotel brings little mint truffles in and puts them on my bed at night, and I have 2 beds, so I mess them both up. And they bring me like 4 mints every night, so definitely can't live without chocolate.
Are you registered to vote?
I am. I even have my card in my wallet.
How will you increase the voting population?
Well, I would talk to the people and tell them that it's really a responsibility. Citizenship is so important. If we want our nation to move ahead and to succeed, we all need to be behind our leaders 100%.
What are COSH and UFOC? COSH and UFOK?
Those are abbreviations. COSH is a respite organization. My youngest brother is in a wheelchair. He was born with spina bifida, and I had the opportunity to train through COSH and learn some therapies and things that I can do with him, help him with his medications, and it's actually a government type of program, and I get to work with him. I also work with other people with disabilities. They'll call me. And UFOC is the opera company that I performed with. I auditioned for 7 seasons until this year when my plans were changed again, and worked at them. I also worked in the technical department.
What are some of the misconceptions the public has about the Miss America pageant?
I would think that the misconceptions, and I know my father had these originally, were that it's strictly a beauty pageant, a contest where you walk around in your swimming suit, and it's all based on beauty and superficial.
Will he be here?
He will be here, and he's my #1 supporter now. He was very concerned that I'd get so caught up in the vanity and appearances that it would not be a beneficial thing for me, but he is so excited what I'm doing with my platform, whereas he's so involved in the arts. He thinks I can do wonderful things.
Have you gotten caught up with the vanity and...
No, I also won the award for coming with wet hair and no makeup every day, so everyone was surprised this morning when I walked in.
Rosie O'Donnell said only law enforcement and military should have guns. You say?
Only law enforcement and military should have guns? Well, I feel that if we start doing that, then people will be upset that we are inhibiting their innate rights that are stated in the amendments, and so I don't know that I would agree with that.
Could you expand upon how lives were changed through the programs that you worked at?
Yes, I can. I worked with some fourth graders to help write an original opera. I have a program that I'm the spokesperson for. It's called Opera for Children by Children. And children get to write original operas, if you can imagine that. They work on the sets, the costumes, and it's really the learning experience through the operas. They're learning math by figuring out the dimensions of the sets. They're learning language arts skills. It's the entire process. And there was one young man who was abused as a child. He doesn't know who his real father is because of this. His mother kept it from him. And he was sort of the class outcast, definitely. And by the time we... Yes, I'd just like to end with saying that life is such an interesting thing. You never know what kind of a hand you'll be dealt, and definitely, I don't know why, but the past year and a half for me has been very, very interesting. I was dating a gentleman who passed away last year, and he was the one person that took me aside and said, okay, Vanessa, you're doing all of these wonderful things, you're getting A's in all your classes, you're in valedictory and everything, but where are you trying to be? Where are you trying to go? Where do you want to be in 5 years? What are your priorities? And he sat me down and asked me to figure all of that out. And I did. And then to have this person taken away, it's really made me put my life in perspective and helped me to live each day to the fullest and make every day a masterpiece, I guess you could say. So, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's been a pleasure.